Still going live. Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 233 with Robert. So hopefully we got some goodies coming your way here. Battle in LA and the real Area 51. So just cue off the intro and check out the audio, and I'll be with you in a minute. If I click on the right buttons, it will help. Okay. Hopefully it's sounding alright. If I'm hearing some corruption. There's a little click sound happening there, Susan. There is. Let me just reset the mixer. There's always something, isn't there? Yeah, the sound is good, you reckon? Okay, we should be back. Still corruption here. Reset your video here. Might be something to do with that. Good to be back already. And we got some technical glitches here. Always happens when we start, unfortunately. The last thing I need. So we've lost Robert. What did I do with him? Did I close him down? Yeah, I could hear it clipping the audio on the music. We're back again. Hopefully we ain't got two videos going. So, Robert, are you there, Robert?
I am indeed.
Seems a wee bit too loud your end again. I'm not sure what's going on. Is he corrupting there at all, guys? Let us know. I'm not too sure what's going on here. Clipping the audio on the music. Yeah, I can hear echo. What's going on here? So bit of a glitchy start there. So who we got joining us here? I'm probably sounding okay. Is Robert sound alright? Introduce what we're going to do today, Robert. I know I already have, but you.
Excuse me. Yeah, sure. We'll be doing Wright Patterson Air Force Base, the real Area 51, and then moving on to the Battle of Los Angeles, 1942, because it was recently the anniversary of that, wasn't it?
75 years, I think it was.
Mm-hmm. And then if we get to it, there's the Mrs. Moreland, New Zealand, Blenheim, New Zealand, UFO and alien encounter. You said nothing ever happens there. Well,
yeah,
this is quite a case. If we get to it, if we have time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Looks like I'm sounding fine, Paul.
I thought I heard a little clip sound there myself, but just keep an eye on it, Susan. Let us know. We might have to. You might have to check your volume down a wee bit on the mic input. There's some crazy stuff that's been happening again lately. So, here's Area 51, you reckon? Right, Patterson Air Force Base on the screen.
Yeah.
It looks like a fairly big building they've got there.
Well, it was the Fortune Tech Lab.
Alright.
The Dayton, Ohio. But then we know for a fact that's where the Dave East and Roswell crash went. We know that for a fact because it was in an FBI memo.
Alright.
Which was released under a FOIA request.
Yep, it's still loading the map here, but yeah, it's got a couple of big runways there. I think we looked at this one before, didn't we? For a certain case, I can't remember what it was now. But yeah, whereabouts is it?
I think this whole Stardust Area 51 business was they were going to the wrong place first. And if you look at the only evidence for anything being Area 51, you're looking at Bob Lazar's story, if you want to believe that. You know? There's plenty of stuff coming out of plenty of rumors coming out of right parts.
Well, it's a fair distance away from the regular Area 51 too. Where is it on the map here? Arizona. Where's Los Angeles here? Texas. Where Susan is?
It's Ohio, Paul.
No, yes, but where's the old one? Why can I see where the old...
The old what?
The original Area 51. Why can't I see it?
Well,
Nevada, over here. There we go. So it's a fair distance away.
It's nowhere near.
Yeah, that's right. But makes it make more sense to have it in the desert with mountains that you can bury under. There's probably a lot of granite there, isn't there? And over here, it's all going to be swampy land, is it? Farmland.
Yeah, well, it's not a testing ground, Paul. Unlike Area 51, it's just the Fortune Tech Science Division that's got there. So if anything's going to crash, then if it looks alien or foreign, that's where it's going to go.
Although we're in Kentucky area here, it's all in that same area where, what is it? What would they call it? 57 parallel or something? What was it called now? You know, where it's where that that episode was covering, where it had a line cut through all this area here. But yeah, a lot of underground caverns all in that area there. So it's possible they've got something down there. Although you'd think being more green here and near the lakes, that would be more suitable for possible underground bases, but can't rule it out because they've got granite everywhere.
Well, because you got the infamous Blue Room, the infamous Hangar 18.
Right,
so Patterson Air Force Base, which are famous in ufology.
Right, I think I've got some pictures here of what we're going to cover today. Right, Patterson. There's not too much about the real Roswell, but there's a map that we just looked at of the base. But yeah, doesn't seem to be many images.
That's where Project Blue Book was based as well.
Right, which is not far from, was it Foxville? Foxville, is it?
Well, it was Dayton, Ohio.
Knoxville? Foxville? How do you say it? Knoxville. Fort Knox.
Well, Fort Knox.
Yeah.
That's Kentucky.
Yep, it's not far from that either. There's a B2, is it? Landon. But yeah, there's not many pictures here to go by. So we got some links to read out.
Yeah, sure. We'll kick it off, yeah.
I was waiting for it, so I was just filling in some time there. Yeah, a lot out there. Glad you found us. Almost caught in the whole channel war thing. It's not a channel war thing. We're not into drama. We're into exposing frauds and basically fake videos. You know, there seems to be
that's your thing. I'd rather get on with UFO stuff myself.
Yeah, we were just waiting for that link. This is side chat from Alien Addict. Someone from what happened to you? Come back. Side chat. Yep. So yeah, I'm a wee bit exhausted or tired because I didn't really sleep. Lucky I've even slept for 20 minutes. Really, it was so hot, and then the wind started because I had the window open and it was banging and crashing the blinds, and then I closed a wee bit, then it got too hot again.
It's kind of the middle of your summer there, isn't it now?
Yeah, it's getting near the end of it now, but so we got some alien grey on the screen here. Not a really nice looking one, although it's incorrect. I've not seen anyone with white pupils before.
No, he doesn't look happy, Benny, does he?
So where do we begin? I suppose we've got to scale it down here, right? Oh, it's a big font on this one. Yeah. I suppose everybody can read it like that, though, including myself. Hangar 1. Hangar 18, I mean.
Hangar 18, yeah.
Wasn't it a TV series as well? Or was that Hangar 1? I think there might have been Hangar 18 too.
I think it was Hangar 1. Was it the MUFON files or something you kept there? I'm not sure.
I thought there was a Hangar 18 as well, but anyway.
Hangar 18 is notorious for Black Pat.
Hangar 18 legends based on facts of the Blue Room.
Ah, the Blue Room. Not the Red Room. Sounds like a cold place to be if it's in the blue. Now, looks like we're not going to get the front letter here, so it'll say Enga.
Hangar 18, in most people's minds, is rightly associated with aliens, crashed UFOs and government conspiracies. Today, most people would argue this is where the US government stores and researches crashed UFOs and even their occupants. If only in a tongue-in-cheek way. The roots of this mysterious location, however, go back to the 1980 movie of the same name. The plot revolves around a government conspiracy involving NASA to keep secret their possession of an alien craft.
Okay. So, not much to say there, I guess. What was I going to say, though?
Very good introduction, this.
Yeah, I was just thinking of something.
While the film is a work of fiction, the basic premise isn't. And increasingly it appears even some of the finer details are worth paying attention to. Until the movie's release, the public was not as largely aware of the Roswell crash as they are now. Nor were they aware of where the downed UFO had gone, said to be somewhere at Wright-Patterson Airfield.
Seems to be going all right at the moment. I hope the audio's working.
As we will look at later, the timing and timeline of Hangar 18 and who was involved are intriguing. Perhaps not least is that interest in the Roswell case also began at the same time. This was mainly thanks to an interview in the National Enquirer with Jesse Marcel. Before we look at some of these claims in more detail, check out the trailer to the cult classic below.
Unfortunately, that'd be copyright.
No, we no need to play that part.
No. The Blue Room, is that the right place? Yep.
Yeah.
Wasn't that weird? Apparently, was it Truman went there with the dentist? Was that the place? I think we come.
No.
No, that wasn't the wrong place.
No, that was Holloman Air Force Base.
Oh, right, was too. What was the one at this location though? There was some story to do with this location as well.
There's a load of stories to do with this location.
Yeah, recently we did something though.
The Blue Room, according to various leaked documents and whistleblower testimonies, the majority of retrieved UFOs and even alien entities, both dead and alive, would be housed primarily at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. These artifacts reside in an ultra-secret location protected by multiple layers of guards and sealed doors called the Blue Room. The US military and government deny the existence of the room or anything remotely similar. This will likely remain their stance as no solid proof, such as footage or photographs, exists at least publicly. There is a vast amount of intelligence leaks and whistleblower information on record, however. As well as the wreckage of alien crafts, the remains of alien entities also reside in the Blue Room. Some claims even state that several of these aliens were alive and communicated vast amounts of knowledge to the scientists and high-ranking officials who have access to the location. Cryogenics laboratories and anti-gravity chambers also regularly appear in reports of activities there. Perhaps a good example of how secretive and off-limits the Blue Room is would be the accounts of a US Senator, Barry Goldwater. Before we look at the experience of Barry Goldwater, however, there are plenty of coincidences between the Blue Room and the film Hangar 18 to examine.
And that wasn't there was a reporter that went there, I think, was it? I think that was the location. I remember a story, and he was introduced to go into a hangar where he saw one of the US flying saucers there hovering, and it had panels open and generals and stuff were looking at it. I can't remember who the guy's name was now, but it's one of those famous stories where they had an air show and he was introduced to come, invited in to have a look. I can't remember what his name is, but someone on the side chat might know that story. But that was quite an interesting story, that one.
Yeah, but you know the one that we covered? I think I know which one you mean now. It was the Cessna crash over Alabama in 2002, and it collided with something. We don't know what it collided with because there was no wreckage from. There was only wreckage from the Cessna. So whatever hit the Cessna over Alabama was never found. It survived the crash somehow. And there was that strange red substance that they couldn't identify. It's not like the FAA didn't have their own labs, but yet it went to Wright-Pat because it was that's the Force and Technology Division, isn't it, and the Science Lab.
Yep.
It's unusual for it to go there.
It's good to see the counters are working again today. I sent feedback to Google as well about it. I'm not sure if they fixed the description URLs that we're working on chapters. So I see we got Falcon and Condor coming up. I did an episode on these two characters called "What Happened to Disclosure 1988."
Well, they reckon one of them was Richard Doty.
It was, yes, it was. 1988.
And do you know what? I was rather inebriated last night.
Yeah.
While my mate was around.
I gathered that.
And I sent Richard Doty a friend request for a laugh, and he's accepted me.
Really?
I'm gonna have some fun with him.
Yeah, he originally was introduced in this big show called what was it? It had a name of this, where they were trying to do a worldwide thing, and they had it all hooked up to Russia and everything else. Disclosure. We thought we were going to finally find the truth. It never happened. What was it called? It's in the episode anyway. I'm trying to think of the show name. Yeah, I just can't think of it. Brain dead from not lack of sleep. But anyway, better carry on. But yeah, I talk about Richard Doty and that. If you've not watched the episode yet. Plus some footage they not them saw, but
he was famous for the Benowitz incident, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, where the poor guy ended up in a mental institution.
Yeah, he drove him nutty, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
But it could have been that they used what you call it, low frequency sounds and stuff in microwave.
Yeah. ultrasound.
Yep.
Coincidences and bizarre points of interest we have written before of the apparent whistleblowers Falcon and Condor, and just how much of what they had to say was true, and how much was disinformation. One of the people at the center of those claims was Linda Moulton Howe. In early 1983, Howe would receive unprecedented access to top-secret government files. Many of them would mirror the events of the Hangar 18 plotline. We have also written before of the deep connection between such intelligence agencies as the CIA and Hollywood. The timing of the Hangar 18 film, to some, is seen as a purposeful way of disclosing information. Also unusual was NASA giving their full cooperation to the movie, even allowing their logo to be used and their name mentioned several times. This is not something they have done for other, similar films seeking their permission. Perhaps even stranger is that they agreed to lend their name to the movie, despite being, for all intents and purposes, the bad guys, looking to withhold information from the public. Another point of interest regarding the Hangar 18 movie was the decision of the Soviet Union to allow its airing to their citizens in 1982, at a time when the Cold War was at a peak in the 1980s, and with hardly any American films allowed, this one was. Perhaps it was a good piece of propaganda for the Soviets, given that the US government and military are, like NASA, working against the larger population. Or perhaps it was quietly and purposely allowed so as to pass information along. It is perhaps worth keeping in mind that many UFO researchers believe the Cold War was nothing more than allowing the study of such things to progress, on both sides, away from the public gaze.
So, this aired in 82.
Hollywood is an excellent kind of outlet to kind of influence people. And maybe, if you wanted like a drip disclosure, kind of conditioning people for something that may happen in the future, like a disclosure of some sort. That was the way to do it. I reckon Hollywood has been influenced by intelligence agencies for many, many years now, and there's actually evidence of that. If you look at the Robertson panel, which ran between 1953 and 1955, as I understand.
I wonder what those are there. Heliports on this little bit.
So you don't know just how much of it is underground. And it was actually Hynek that actually quoted, a lot of things go into Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, but nothing ever comes out. And of course he was talking about...
Okay, yeah.
It was kind of an ambiguous statement,
Yep. I'll read out that little chunk anyway.
Barry Goldwater didn't hide his interest in the UFO phenomenon. Whether that interest cost him the 1964's election is unlikely. However, had he been victorious over Lyndon Johnson, the world we live in today, at least in terms of our knowledge and awareness of the UFO issue, may be very different. Goldwater had a particular interest in the aforementioned Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. More specifically, the increasing rumors of strange activities within its walls. Remember, Goldwater would have likely had many solid connections through his political career. A decade following his election defeat, Goldwater made public his attempts to gain access to the Blue Room. He would continue to speak openly about his experiences. He would even appear on Larry King Live and tell of the string of denials by chief after chief that such a place existed. Specifically, he would recall a request to enter the Blue Room he made to General LeMay, who was normally a calm person, instead became enraged, telling Goldwater, "Don't ever ask me that question again."
I think I remember that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I've got Barry Goldwater lined up in the next tab. Okay, so don't go looking for him now because I've already done that, Paul.
Right. Well, I got the wiki here.
Quite a trust wiki.
Big page on him, actually. Quite a big.
Yeah, there's lots of him. Yeah, of course he ran for election and he failed against LBJ, Lyndon B. Johnson, didn't he? But he had almost an obsession with UFOs, And he was a very good friend of General Curtis LeMay.
I don't think we got down to there, but we'll read that book.
Hangar 18 Legends based on facts of the Blue Room. First published February the 24th, 2018. Last updated March the 15th, 2019. Written by Marcus Loth. Estimated reading time 4 minutes. Posted in Conspiracy Hangar 18. In most people. A decade following his election defeat, Goldwater made public his attempts to gain access to the Blue Room. He would continue to speak openly about his experiences. He would even appear on Larry King Live and tell of the string of denials by chief after chief that such a place existed. Specifically, he would recall a request to enter the Blue Room he made to General LeMay, who was normally a calm person, instead became enraged, telling Goldwater, "Don't ever ask me that question again." You can see the Larry King clip below.
Is it worth playing Larry King? I suppose it would be public by now, would it?
I don't know, Paul. That's entirely up to you, yeah.
No, well, we'll just carry on then.
So highly classified it's impossible to get anything on it. Many UFO researchers place a lot of credence in the words of Barry Goldwater. Perhaps not least because of his willingness to leave himself open from such a lofty position in order to get to the truth of UFO question. Maybe a good example of why so many in the UFO community, regardless of their political beliefs, gravitate to Goldwater was his simple response when asked if he thought the US government were withholding information about UFOs from the public. His simple reply, "Yes, I do." Many of his claims and suspicions appear corroborated over the years. Even more so since his death in 1998 following complications after a stroke. We have written before of the deathbed confession of Boyd Bushman, for example. He would claim that not only were reports of recovered alien crafts and entities true, a view that aliens worked alongside humans at the facility and others like them. Perhaps it is the high position that Goldwater enjoyed, yet which still left him unable to penetrate the secrecy around the UFO conspiracy, which is telling enough. It would appear claims of a permanent shadow government have more truth to them than most would like to believe. And it would also appear such a shadow government has an intense interest in UFOs, aliens, and their technology. Check out the video below which looks at Hangar 18 in a little more detail.
Yeah, so I got a video here that I made years ago.
The thing is, with Boyd Bushman now, I don't think we can take his testimony too seriously. Now, he was certainly in a position to know things, but he kind of perjured himself a little bit when he came out with a model which he claimed, and he took a picture of this model, and apparently there was that exact model of an alien was available in Walmart.
Oh, I would have called it an alien doll rather than a model, but anyway.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
What Robert's talking about is in the episode I made years ago. If you've not watched it, I show pictures of it and a box of one in a Walmart thing. I'm not sure if you can still buy it though. It's probably a wee bit too old now, but it's probably a collector item. So we got down to here, History Channel. Oh, we got to the end. So
I think you've missed a lot of text there, you know, Paul.
Did I? I thought I read it all there.
Oh well, I don't know, mate.
I don't think I missed any. Just going over it. No, I've pretty much read all of it.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
I don't know if Larry King can be played, but it looks pretty low quality.
Okay. This is a little YouTube. It's only 54 seconds. Okay.
That's what it was called. It was called Live Cover Up. The disclosure in 1988. I had that muted. Why was it making sound?
That was me, pal.
All right. Now it's got music.
800-448-3900. 800-448-3900. How much stock do you put in the word of your fellow man? That's
He's
really
actually got a backdrop of Area 51 there.
the central question in the UFO debate. Whether to believe the witnesses who step forward and say they saw some hair-raising thing to tell. How good are they?
How loud is he?
But first, listen to one of our most distinguished national leaders. He's talked to plenty of witnesses, and he's made his decision.
What's that? That's almost like a documentary.
I think the government does know.
Barry Goldwater, senator, presidential candidate, and believer.
I can't back that up, but I think that at Wright Patterson Field, if you could get into certain places, you'd find out what the Air Force and the government knows about UFOs.
From his ham radio shack outside Phoenix, the senator disclaims direct knowledge of UFOs, but he does confirm a disturbing story about an exchange with General Curtis LeMay.
Reportedly,
Bad
a
sound on it.
spaceship landed, and it was all hushed up, quieted, and nobody ever heard about much of it. I called Curtis LeMay and I said, General,
It's off a VHS tape,
I know
obviously.
we have a room.
Yeah, I had a better quality version of this, but you couldn't wait for it, could you?
Oh, you said I could go and play it.
Can I go in
You
there?
didn't say you had a better version.
I've never heard him get mad, but he got madder than hell at me, cussed me out, said, don't ever ask me that question again.
There we go. That's good enough. So basically, Curtis LeMay was a damn good friend of his. So Barry Goldwater has asked him access to the Blue Room, and he's cussed him out. He says, don't ever ask me that question again. But he said a little bit more than that, apparently. He said, I'll have you court-martialed if you ask me that question again. They will not even give me access to there. And he was the base commander at the time. So that's interesting stuff, eh?
Alright, was this the same video you gave me here? Let's put studio in front, which is annoying. Yeah, what's this thing that you wanted me to play? Is that the same interview?
Yeah, but it's like the sound quality was better than that part.
Yeah, but we've got to be careful of copyright claims,
Yeah, I know.
because... Oh yeah, it's the same clip anyway. We could play it again, I suppose.
Yeah.
There's a better quality one. It's probably taken from... let's see. I've got to get that up anyway. The Privacy Shield. Been playing around with it. It's not so big now. Is it full clip from there again?
I think the government does know. I can't back that up, but I think that at Wright Patterson Field, if you could get into certain places, you'd find out what the Air Force and the government knows about UFOs. Reportedly, a spaceship landed, and it was all hushed up, quieted, and nobody I've never heard about much of it. I called Curtis LeMay and I said, General, I know we have a room at Wright Patterson where you put all this secret stuff. Could I go in there? I've never heard him get mad, but he got madder than hell at me, cussed me out, said, don't ever ask me that question again.
Yeah, it's the same clip, obviously. Okay, so yeah, so a ship landed. So how many times we heard that? Cooper did one as well at the other Area 51, the old Area 51. This new Area 51 has one land, so who knows? But is it alien technology or not? It still is the question. So what do we got to go, Robert? Another link?
Yeah, sure. Take a deeper dive into Goldwater.
Right. Waiting on you then.
Yeah, hold on. The chance, man.
Someone get Robert some coffee. Actually, I need a Coke myself. Yeah. Redirect. Mysterious universe. So, UFOs and the Senator Bob Goldwater. Nick Redfern. I asked you if Nick Redfern was going to be into this. Here he is already.
It's a well-grounded article.
Yeah, I thought he may have written a book on it.
Conspiracy UFO phenomenon. Join plus and get exclusive shows and extensions. What? Subscribe today. Learn more UFOs and Senator Barry Goldwater. Nick Redfern, May 1st, 2014. Facebook, Twitter, Google+. Born in 1909, Barry Morris Goldwater served as a Major General in the U.S. Air Force, a Senator for Arizona, the Chairman of the U.S. Government's Senate Intelligence Committee, and the Republican Party's nominee for President of the United States in the 1964 election. Indeed, it was on May 2nd, 1964, 50 years ago this very week, that Goldwater received no less than 75% of the vote in the Texas Republican presidential primary.
Does it really mean much, though?
Well, no, it's a background about the guy, isn't it?
I know it is, but yeah, 75%. In Texas, with politics, does it really mean much? See, something going crazy with this page. Won't let me select. That sounds like try and go down. It seems to select upwards. Let's see. Why did it do that? You see, I reckon some of these pages have got some hidden code on them.
Had Goldwater won the election, he lost it to Lyndon B. Johnson. It's not at all out of the question that we might, by now, have in our possession the full and unexpurgated facts concerning what the world of officialdom really knows about the UFO phenomenon. Goldwater had a fascination for the UFO issue, and, throughout his life and career, made more than a few notable comments and observations on the subject. The bulk of them revolved around his attempts to determine the truth about long-standing rumors that something of a UFO nature and something of deep significance, too, were secretly held at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Dayton, Ohio. The location of whatever this something may have been has variously been termed as Hangar 18 and the Blue Room. On March 28, 1975, Goldwater wrote the following, highly thought-provoking, words to a UFO researcher named Moreland. The subject of UFOs is one that has interested me for some long time. About 10 or 12 years ago I made an effort to find out what was in the building at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where the information is stored that has been collected by the Air Force, and I was understandably denied this request. It is still classified above top secret. Goldwater continued to Annan. I have, however, heard that there is a plan underway to release some, if not all, of this material in the near future. I'm just as anxious to see this material as you are, and I hope we will not have to wait much longer. Well, it's certainly not every day you receive in the mail a letter like that, and from a U.S. Senator and a presidential nominee. Unless, that is, the subject matter of the letter left a deep, lasting impression upon that same senator and nominee, which it clearly did. Needless to say, the UFO research community sat up and took notice of Goldwater's words. In 1979, Goldwater made another comment on this particularly intriguing issue, this time to UFO investigator Lee Graham. Goldwater told Graham, "It is true I was denied access to a facility at Wright-Patterson. Because I never got in, I can't tell you what was inside. We both know about the rumors.
Yeah, so speaking of the speech engine here, I contacted the people. They said they're doing a AI update soon, and would consider the changes I suggested about the 1970 seconds and all that sort of stuff. So we'll see what comes of it. It sounds a wee bit better today, actually. Might be just my imagination, but maybe they've already done an update on the engine.
Well, if you remember in something we covered recently, Brigadier General Arthur Exon, he worked as the base leader of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base between 1962 and 1964. And that's where he learned that the Roswell crash was actually a reality, and they actually had the bodies there, and the wreckage there. But he was the one who mentioned the unholy 13 as well. You know, something like the Majestic 12. He had a good idea of who the players were, but he was quite afraid of them because they wouldn't let him into the know. And even though he was commander of the base, he didn't have access to all rooms in the base. So it's quite disappointing, really, if somebody, makes you head of a certain building or area, institution, whatever. You're not actually allowed access into all of the facilities and rooms that they have there. That's how compartmentalized things have gone. So
there's
always been strong evidence.
Sort of puts doubt on Bob Lazar.
But Bob Lazar's AFB-51, we're talking chalk and cheese now, yeah. There's absolutely no rumours about AFB-51 whatsoever, other than Bob Lazar's dodgy. There's plenty to go on here.
But it puts in doubt Bob Lazar's story too. If it's that well protected and modularized or decompartmentalized, right?
Yeah. It does shed light on it. Does shed doubt on his story because he was just nothing. He was just a new guy.
Well,
he'd only been there.
Well,
he was working on flying saucers in his first week. Come on, man.
yeah.
I think you need a bit more trust than that. And Bob Lazar was hardly trustworthy anyway, was he? My God, criminal activity, all sorts, big mouth. No, I don't think you'd give him access to that kind of technology, not without serious vetting first.
Yeah, well, he got caught in these little desert parties, and that's where he had to quickly think of something else he was going to prison.
Yeah, well, hold on a minute. At the end of the day, if you get caught spying on a place, so you're likely to be under arrest anyway. I think it's all been blown out of proportion. I think the Lazar story is people need to really follow up and do their investigation on him. Because his story has no credence whatsoever.
Yeah, but I think he had to hand over his ID, and he knew straight away the cop was going to do a background check on everybody there at the scene. Well, obviously it couldn't have been that top secret because a military police cop that obviously goes around, in those cars, what do you call them? Humvees. But yeah, he knew he was in the crap because he had people out there in the desert and he was watching, and he knew he broke his non-disclosure. That was almost like permanent jail time, right? For what they call it over there, treason or something like that.
Oh, I don't think he was even at AFB-51 in the first place. I don't think he had any NBA.
Oh, he was known to do his firework parties, right? Because he did big pyrotechnics and all that sort of stuff. He liked the attention, right, and being like the science geeky guy that everybody liked to go to the parties because he used to make it fun.
Yeah, like strapping a rocket underneath his car.
Well, on his bicycle as well. But yeah, damn, it's unselected it again. Something crazy with this page.
Ah, Paul.
Oh, don't blame me. Something on that page that's interfering with the selecting. That's crazy how it's working.
You tried double clicking on the text.
I'll do it without the mouse. It's something to do with the mouse. I've done something to the mouse. Oh, what's happened there?
There you go.
That's gone too far. But I got to use the mouse to get the reader up. Keyboard and mouse.
In October 1981, Graham received another letter from Goldwater. It read, "First, let me tell you that I have long ago given up acquiring access to the so-called Blue Room at Wright-Patterson, as I have had one long string of denials from chief after chief, so I have given up. In answer to your questions, one is essentially correct. I don't know of anyone who has access to the Blue Room, nor am I aware of its contents, and I am not aware of anything having been relocated." Very significantly, Goldwater added, "To tell you the truth, Mr. Graham, this thing has gotten so highly classified, even though I will admit there is a lot of it that has been released, it is just impossible to get anything on it." And, as the years progressed, so did Goldwater's comments on what, of a UFO nature, might be held somewhere at Wright-Patterson. On more than a few occasions, the subject of UFOs featured heavily on Larry King Live. On one occasion, specifically in 1994, the person that King had on his show to talk about UFOs was none other than Goldwater himself, who told King, "I think at Wright-Patterson, if you could get into certain places, you'd find out what the Air Force and the government does know about UFOs." Reportedly, a spaceship landed. It was all hushed up. I called Curtis LeMay and I said, "General, I know we have a room at Wright-Patterson where you put all this secret stuff. Could I go in there?" I've never heard General LeMay get mad, but he got madder than hell at me, cussed me out, and said, "Don't ever ask me that question again." It's interesting that, over the years, many UFO researchers have commented on the run-in that Goldwater had with General LeMay. But Goldwater's words to Lee Graham, in which he Goldwater referred to one long string of denials from chief after chief, suggests Goldwater did not let the matter drop. In fact, Goldwater's words strongly imply he kept pushing and pushing for answers, despite LeMay's warnings to leave things alone. They were answers that never, ever came.
Okay. So anything there you want to say about what's read out so far?
No, you may as well finish this this one off, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Goldwater was, my God, he was seriously interested in this subject, and a lot of people were calling him, if he got in, for disclosure president, you know. How many times have we heard that? Eh?
Mm-hmm.
Carter tried it, didn't he? Ford, President Ford, he was all for disclosure. Clinton was as well. Bill Clinton, that was. Of course, when they got in there, didn't find much, did they?
Like you said, they've probably burnt a lot of the documents anyway. Probably a lot of it wasn't computerized, right?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I mean, there's two ways you can go about it. I mean, you can go to the CIA and say, "Okay, tell me what you know on UFOs. Nothing to see here, President." Okay, you can sack him if he's head of the CIA or not. You can sack him. Yeah, take me to your deputy. Nothing to see here. You're sacked too.
Take me to your leader.
Take me to anyone who's going to tell me he wants to save their job. But of course, if it's been taken out of government oversight into private industry, then you've got no chance of finding out what's actually going on. Because then it's like it's like the president knocking on my door. I've got no obligation to let him in, have I? Oh, he's got no authority. That's how they keep things secret.
Yep. I suppose it's going to stuff up. Yep, it did too. It's only a little bit to read out too. well, that'll do. Wants to put tags on the end.
And if none other than someone who was a major general in the Air Force, a senator for Arizona, the chairman of the U.S. government's Senate Intelligence Committee, and the Republican Party's nominee for President of the United States in the 1964 election, can't get the answers to the Blue Room Hangar 18 rumors, what chance do the rest of us have? The answer is not much of a chance at all. If, however, the outcome of the 1964 presidential election had been very different, and if the events of May 2, 1964 had led to Goldwater becoming President of the United States, I don't think it's out of the question at all that Goldwater, as the newly elected Commander-in-Chief, would have demanded access to what was really held on, in, or even under, Right, Pat? In another reality, 1964 could have been the year in which the world learned we are not alone. Tags.
Well, it would have been before I was born anyway. Yes, so that's Redfern.
Yeah, okay, let's have a look. What else we got now?
See, plasma dripping from the sky over Rhode Island. What's that one about? Never heard of that story. I think, what do they mean by plasma though? Did a jet liner fly overhead and flush the toilet? Apparently that's what the space station does too. It ejects all its waste at certain times in the day, and it makes this colourful burn up pattern in the sky, apparently. Bright blue and stuff. Yeah, it hasn't got any click link on that one. That's kind of weird. Related articles, but yeah, don't seem to have a click. So you must search for it, I suppose. I don't know. I know it's a bit of a sidetrack there, but we've got another link, have we?
Yeah, sure. We'll move on now to the Battle of Los Angeles.
It won't even let me select it. I know it is. Battle of Los Angeles. Let's see. I'll just do a search on this plasma thing. See if anything else comes up. A couple of things. I've never heard of this one. Rhode Island. I've heard of Spiderweb. Is that what we're looking at? Oh, that's useless, that site. What else we got? Mysterious Universe.
There's been many UFO cases where people have seen what they believe is like some kind of like dripping off the object, the UFO, if you like.
Let's look at some YouTube video here. September the 11th of all times. Hop Valley, a small village in the southern part of Rhode Island, near the Atlantic coast. She's talking to at least one other person who's also witnessed the event and is puzzled by what it could be. If the UFO is dropping plasma, somehow I don't think it's going to be plasma, because we know plasma is like an energy ball, or changing into plasma, which might sound more into it if it's like interdimensional, would not be the first occurrence this year, February 2015. So that's before I started getting into UFOs.
You see, there's tons of reports like this, and we don't know if it's plasma or not, but nothing's ever found on the ground. It's just the way it appears to the witnesses. I think it's maybe something that's beyond our understanding, you know?
Many believe that shape-shifting aliens might actually be plasma beings. I've never heard of that term before. And
I don't know what kind of article you dug up here, but yeah, sure.
It's on Mysterious Universe. Looks like we got some pictures of something coming down, but like you get a lot of what do you call it, water spouts that sucks jellyfish out the sea, and then they sort of come down in UK or somewhere like that on the footpath. So it could be something like that, you see. Might be some natural explanation for it. I've heard of stories of fish and frogs coming out the sky. So there's no reason why it couldn't pick up all sorts of stuff from the sea, from those water spouts, and eject it into the atmosphere, and then it slowly comes down again. Rain and fish, right? There's probably a few articles on that.
Yeah.
There you go, look. Streets full of fish. Yeah, which is some of the crazy stories. But obviously it's natural. And I think it's happened more than a few times. It looks like the cats are happy. Yes, food. Well, anyway, there's frogs as well. I've heard. What else? But this makes you wonder, since a lot of the ocean is not explored, right? If you get one of these water spouts that sucks up something unusual and makes it fall out the sky, people will naturally think it's alien, even though it's really an alien off our own planet, rather than alien from outer space. So we got another link to go here.
Yeah, just before we go on to the next link, Paul, there's been a little bit of a backlash towards you know what we covered last week,
right.
the Tim McMillan article. Yes.
Yeah, there's some developments, is there?
Yes, there has been. Yeah. Vicky Lukes has got rather upset over this.
Really?
And yeah, what she's saying is that she had an actual meeting with Macmillan in Germany. Her and her husband, Chris Marks. Now, you know, their narrative is basically that what was going on at Skinwalker Ranch was secret weapons testing.
Yeah.
And of course, what Tim McMillan said was kind of contrary to what she was saying. And now, she was saying that when she met with him, she didn't want to be anonymous in any particular way. And she doesn't know what Tim McMillan is actually saying by saying they were anonymous sources.
Right.
So she's kind of taking credit for the article, but Tim has said, no, I was not talking about you. I was talking about another person that I met in Germany, in Trier, Germany. And he told me this story.
Hang on, but he got 400. He
and
saw.
now they're fighting. It's just typical now. Ufologists fight within themselves, don't they?
Hang on, but he got a 400-page document. That didn't come from her. He read a 400-page document. She hasn't got a copy of it, has she?
Well, if you go onto Edric, I'm not taking sides here. I think it's called UFO Classified, and you can actually see the document there if you want. I tell you what, I think I have it here somewhere, and I'll post it to you to say we do.
Not the document with all the goodies in it, with the UFO pictures and all that, right? There's not that, is it?
Paul, just give me a chance here. So I'll just post here Edric Lukes' response to Tim McMillan's article. It's getting messy, I'm afraid. That's it.
Seems there's a lot of people out there that doesn't like Erica in the UFO field.
Well, we'll put it. I've noticed. Yeah, I've noticed.
They see you as a bit of a troublemaker.
Well, I'm going to say this flat out now. She's pushing this narrative that everything that went on in Skinwalker Ranch had nothing to do with UFO activity or supernatural activity. It was all about secret weapons testing. and all the money from ATIP, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Went to Skinwalker Ranch, and it's all some
But she
really
had a
kind of nasty government project.
Yeah, but she had a person on a radio show where they were talking about underground cavern there, where the entrance to the mountain on it disappeared. Like it just went into solid rock. There was no entrance anymore. So how would that happen? Would have to be some sort of mountain of the rocks to form a new entrance to seal it up, right?
Well, what I'm saying is I'm not really sure how some kind of secret weapon testing can produce a bulletproof wolf.
Or these underground caverns. Why? What was the underground caverns all about with the guy entering and hearing voices and seeing aliens and all that sort of stuff? You'd have to go and listen to that particular podcast, I guess. We did post it, didn't we? When we were talking about a couple of live streams back.
Yeah, okay. Spock Rising is saying this. I've never been. I've been to Skinwalker Ranch and there's nothing out there. I think it's a tourist trap. Well, there's a lot of things going on there. I mean, I don't know how long you were there. I mean, there's people been there for several months and seen nothing. There's people that have been there 1 day and 2 days. But if you talk to people in that general Utah basin, there's a very high level of activity of some kind going on. It is kind of a hot spot. I don't think that's any kind of drama.
Well, if you're outside the ranch, are you going to experience anything? As does it only happen in a certain spot on the ranch? But
I don't know that it covers many miles there. You know, it's not small, Paul.
Because you're talking about interdimensional portals or
He
tunnels.
Just go through. We don't know. We don't know, do we? I mean, the Skinwalker, by its nature, is a shape-shifting entity, isn't it? There does seem to be a lot of stuff happening out there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the wolf thing, but or what's Tyler say, wolf? But there was a show recently called The Alien Highway on TV, which wasn't too bad. The guy's at least doing some research when he goes, but still it's a TV series and they don't stay in the location when they actually get strange activity. You'd stay there until you suss it out, right? But they went to Skinwalker Ranch and they weren't allowed entry, so they just camped outside the boundary there and set up some trail cams, and they got this wolf just come out of nowhere on the image and then walk along the street and then it disappeared. Whether that was a camera glitch, I don't know. More than likely, skeptics would say, but maybe it actually come out of a portal there, like it was coming from another dimension, another planet Earth, but it's in another dimension, and it sort of has some sort of boundary that sort of happens there where the ground causes the opening to happen through charging or crystals underground or whatever. But I did a few episodes on Skinwalker over the years. I got one playlist here on Skinwalker Ranch, somewhere in this list here. And one of the things I noticed is it was absolutely parallel to Denver Airport, and it was only like a short distance the other side of the mountain range. If they got underground tunnels that could easily connect it all. Which is quite interesting when I stumbled across that on the map.
Yeah, well, Butch Bukowski, he agrees on that kind of thing, and he's more of a cryptid hunter, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, what Chris Marks is saying is he applied for a job via Bigelow for security at the Skinwalker Ranch, and I think he was there 6 years.
All right.
The first thing they done, it's quite unusual if you're going for a medical as a security job to have an MRI scan, isn't it? Now, an MRI scan, to put it in layman's terms, is a brain scan. So I think what they were looking for was if it had changed the brain in any kind of way after these experiences, that if you were there over that period of time, you may have had several. So it sounds kind of I don't know, but it kind of almost coincides with what Tim McMillan was saying, that they were studying supernatural things there. But the weapons testing thing, I don't know about that. I mean, Edward Kalutz is saying that TTSA, there's absolutely no evidence that they studied UFOs. Well, the DOD did, or the Pentagon spokesman did say at one stage, yes, they were. And then when Susan Goff came along, the new spokesman said that was a mistake. No, we're not. And then we had this leak through Tim McMillan, and now Ed Kalutz and Chris Marks are contradicting that one. So this thing's it's getting messy now.
Some disinformation there, probably.
I don't know, but it's just another typical case of ufologists fighting between each other. So I don't know. It's just muddied the waters now for me.
Yeah,
it's Horlicks. It really is.
So we're on to Battle of LA next. So you got some links for that?
Yeah, sure.
What's the people on the side saying?
Don't know.
I think some people can sense stuff more than other people, depending on the brain chemistry too.
Well, exactly. That's why they were introducing a lot of different people there.
Yeah.
They said that whatever the phenomenon is, it was attracted to sometimes new people and sometimes certain people. You know, there was a case of some scientists going there and ended up quite disturbed as a result, you know?
Yeah.
There's so many stories that come out of that. It's amazing. But what's information and what's disinformation or even misinformation, I don't know.
Yes. That's the problem we always have, isn't it? Were you going to do Il's article, were you? Or were you going to do someone else's?
Well, no, we're going to get to Il's article, but this is the best of. Yeah.
Okay.
That's that horrible text again. You don't like, I'm afraid, Paul.
No, I think this one works, doesn't it? I'm not sure. I think this one works all right. But yeah, we got some pictures, obviously, and newspaper clippings for this one.
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to get hold of the negative and actually process it myself through my tools. But yeah, you can see, obviously, all the spotlights are on a object in the sky there, and we got these little white blobs going off, which are shrapnel shells.
Well, shells.
Yeah, shells going off, shrapnel. So apparently,
so you see,
apparently, if that was a hot air balloon, I think it would have come down. Especially back in 42? So here we go. Battle of Los Angeles near 75th anniversary. So it must be 75th. But yeah, it's always the same photograph, right?
But you know, you have to take into account really that yeah, sure. This was not long after Pearl Harbor.
And there's no...
Pearl Harbor was December the 7th, 1941, wasn't it? So we're really only talking a couple of months after. So they would have been on high alert, that's for sure.
Yeah, is it a close-up view of it there? I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to know what's the original photographs, which ones have been touched up. But yeah, I don't know if we've got a decent original photograph that we can analyze here while we do it.
You know, there was 1,500 15-pound shells launched in that thing, you know, with tracers as well. So they were definitely hitting the mark. And whatever it was, you know, it was immune to whatever they were. And plus all the small caliber fire that was going up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that was some kind of hydrogen balloon, it would have gone off with a big bang.
That's right. So it wasn't helium back then.
Unless all the soldiers were complete imbeciles and couldn't aim straight, you know?
The Battle of Los Angeles, a case study.
Yeah.
Key events in the early hours of the 25th of February 1942 have been sensationalized several times into Hollywood movies, and perhaps because of this there can be a tendency to forget the incident was very real, costing several lives, offering up one of the most famous pictures in UFO history, and perhaps most importantly, still remains unexplained, at least to any satisfactory degree. Taking place only months after the brutal attacks on Pearl Harbor, an incident that would drag the United States into the war raging in Europe. The entire United States was already on high alert. And this was particularly so with cities along the western U.S. coastline of the Pacific. Colorized impression whatever was moving along the coastal region of Southern California, a journey that would see the strange object pass over several Los Angeles districts. The United States military were unnerved enough to open fire, and the gunfire and artillery would continue for several hours. Certainly not the behavior of trained soldiers, and perhaps more to the point, of experienced commanders who authorized such a preemptive strike for something that skeptics to the incident would claim was simply a weather balloon, or even the planet Venus. The Battle of Los Angeles, sometimes referred to as the Great Los Angeles Air Raid, is one of the most intriguing, and possibly important nights of the 20th century. Of that, there is little doubt. Before we look at that infamous night in the City of Angels, we will briefly examine the events of the previous 24 hours. It helps to understand the mindset of the people of California at the time, when an attack could arrive, as it had in Hawaii in December 1941, without warning and at any time. Incidentally, please note, all times given are US Pacific time.
City of Angels, is that because it's called Los Angeles, is it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. Wasn't it on a movie with what's his name?
I don't know, but it used to come up in quizzes quite often, you know.
Was it called the City of Angels?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. Day before.
The day before. The bombardment of Elwood on the 23rd of February 1942, Elwood Naval Base came under sudden attack from Japanese forces. The Japanese had maintained a discreet presence in the area since the Pearl Harbor attacks of the 7th of December 1941. They had even managed to sink 2 American ships and damaged 6 more. Just after 7 p.m. on the 23rd of February, a sudden bombardment came as Japanese forces attacked just off the coast. They would take aim at the Richfield aviation fuel tanks. The attack would last around 20 minutes before the Japanese forces turned and retreated from the area. Although the damage was very limited and there were no severe casualties, the attack was still a resounding success. It managed to capitalize on the fear already established at Pearl Harbor, that the American public could come under attack at any moment and from anywhere along the west coast. What is perhaps of interest here is in the wake of the attacks at Elwood, naval intelligence would announce to all relevant chains of command that another attack was imminent. In fact, it could be expected within the next 10 hours. Later that evening, numerous reports of flares and blinking lights were surfaced from locations around several defense plants along the Californian coast. By 7:18 p.m. a full alert was issued. However, by 10:23 p.m., it appeared any perceived threat was a false alarm and the threat level was lowered. The reprieve wouldn't last long.
Yeah. So they obviously were on high alert. at the time. You know, which is understandable in a way after Pearl Harbor. And because you had these Japanese Fuji bombs as well, which were transferred by balloon, weren't they? And they were pretty much ineffective, but did manage to kill one family, which is damn well enough, you know.
Yeah, I was just looking up the history of Los Angeles. City of Angels. Got it. Was it? I'll just read out this chunk here. Obviously, it's related to the Spanish.
Why is Los Angeles so often referred to as the City of Angels? Here's the story of the origins behind LA's angelic nickname. The easiest and most obvious origin is a direct translation of Los Angeles, which in Spanish means the angels. But the history of Los Angeles' name is more complex than a simple translation and plays an important role in the formation of this West Coast metropolis. Digging a little deeper into the city's history is the first step in deciphering the meaning behind its now famous name.
So it goes on a bit. So it's not as simple as the name, like I thought.
No.
So it talks about priests here. It's like being
The City of Angels and its disputed history. Los Angeles' official designation as we know it today relies on the combined efforts of settlers from Sonora, Mexico, Franciscan priests and Spanish colonizers who moved to the Southern California region in the 1700s. What they found was a rich landscape of wetlands, swamps and forests and an established network of indigenous groups, including the Tongva. For hundreds of years, the Tongva people existed in the area that is now called Los Angeles. Their principal village, Yangva, flourished on the banks of the Los Angeles River, providing resources like fish, nutrient-rich soil and fresh water before it empties into the Pacific Ocean. They called the swath of land between the mountains and the ocean home for countless generations, traded with other groups across the Southwest, created art and practiced religion. At their peak, some estimates place their population at 10,000.
So it goes on a bit here. So would they type like Mexicans in that case? Is that what they're saying there? Right in the border, is it? Anyway, it goes on a bit. Well, I'll just post that link there to the side if anyone wants to keep on reading that. I thought it was going to be a simple answer, but obviously it's not going to be. City.
You're not going to finish the article then.
Do you want me to read it out? Do you? I thought you want us to move on.
I don't think anyone said move on, Paul.
Well, you normally complain because I've got sidetracked here. Yeah. Okay. Where's it disappeared to now? It's got page 1 or 2, is it?
Well, I don't know what you're doing with that one because that's not the one I posted to you.
No, this is one I searched up where it was reading out the other one. Disputed history.
Yeah, we don't need the history of it. We need to get on with the case, Paul.
That's what I'm saying. I was looking it up where I was reading out the other one about the day before. You said carry on reading it. I said no.
Yeah.
You mean your original article? That's what I was going to do.
Yeah.
And you're saying no, read out that one.
No, okay, misunderstanding.
Indeed.
Sirens and gunfire. It was just after 3 a.m. when residents of Los Angeles were cruelly dragged from their sleep due to the wailing sirens announcing an attack. When the automatic gunfire announced itself at sporadic but regular bursts, it didn't take long for citizens to recall images of the attacks of the previous day, or from Pearl Harbor a little over 2 months earlier. Indeed, many families, at least those who hid them, would immediately take to their various bomb shelters, themselves ranging from professional builds to very makeshift facilities. Whatever was going on outside, it wasn't a good thing, that much was certain. unbeknown to the confused and increasingly panicked residents of the City of Angels, was that US Navy radar had picked up an unidentified object around 120 miles to the west of the city and had been tracking it since shortly after midnight. By 2:15 a.m., anti-aircraft stations were put on standby. Several minutes later, with the object still approaching, they would receive a green alert telling them to be ready to fire immediately.
Okay.
Those who didn't have shelters to head to, or simply weren't concerned enough to utilize them, would spill out onto the previously serene and sleepy streets of various housing estates of Los Angeles. It is from many of these stragglers onto the street where some of the most accurate, and perhaps key witness statements would later come. The short video below is an original piece of news footage regarding the incident.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's original photograph there. Does kind of look like a UFO shape in the beam there.
Yeah, well, that's been done before, but they have found that there was an actual object there.
Yeah, because the light's reflecting off it, right? Off
It was picked up on radar. It was going against the wind, and it disappeared off the coast. But it was obviously immune to these shells.
Yeah.
Because the people on the ground weren't. I mean, you could say that Thomas Mantell was the first victim of a UFO. Well, no. Several died during this incident. And what goes up must come down. But a lot of the people who were casualties died of heart attacks. And some died through car crashes in the panic.
Yeah, yeah. Like the War of the Worlds thing as well.
Yeah. That was 1938, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, that transmission, yeah.
The broadcast radio thing made people panic.
Mm-hmm.
Something in the sky. What many people who stepped from their houses first noticed was that despite the barrage of automatic fire heading skywards from the ground, there were no enemy fighters falling in flames to the ground below. In fact, it didn't appear there were any planes at all in the sky. Nothing swooping and descending. Nothing sending short rattles of fire downward. What many did see, however, was the vague shape of a huge oval object. An object that appeared to be the target of the military automatic gunfire. Except, nothing seemed to impact on it. Instead, it appeared as though some kind of invisible shield was around this equally mysterious object. The more residents of Los Angeles' many districts looked on, it appeared as though the behemoth-like object was calmly and smoothly moving through the dark sky of the early morning, seemingly oblivious to the round after round of heavy-duty artillery fire. It was also many of these street witnesses who would repeatedly report the sound of American fighter planes in the skies overhead. However, the U.S. Air Force and, in turn, the U.S. military would deny any deployment of U.S. aircraft on the night in question. It would appear that the first sightings from the public would come from the Santa Monica area of the city a little after 3 a.m. According to military reports, though, several sightings of enemy planes had come from defense posts along the coast for the at least 30 minutes leading up to that point. At 2:43 a.m., for example, several planes were sighted over Long Beach. Only a few moments later, another sighting claimed 25 planes at 12,000 feet over downtown Los Angeles. At 3:06 a.m., a balloon with a red flare was seen over Santa Monica. Seconds later came the gunfire.
Yeah, so you see what seems to have happened, that they've sent aircraft into the air, scrambled aircraft into the air to see what the hell was out there. And several witnesses have come forward and said this. But the military denied it.
Yes. Seems strange that would be sitting above the city being shot at, and then so he drifted out back to sea. That makes no sense whatsoever, does it? If it was a military.
Well, no. They're not talking about the planes they were shooting at. They were our planes, or US planes. They were out there trying to have a closer look at the object that was being shot at. You with me now?
Yeah, I'm just talking generally about the object itself. If it was like a military experiment by Japanese, they certainly did cause a bit of chaos with it. Could it be a projection of some kind? It's way before laser technology. I don't think you'd be able to light up the sky like that.
Well, a projection has to bounce off something, doesn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. That's pretty old technology. Back in 1942, it's when all the Foo Fighters were, right? So
yeah, they started at that time. Yes.
It's also
seen a very much orange type glowing object at very low altitude at one time. This is during the same evening.
It's also before radar as well, wasn't it?
This article.
Was that this early radar back then? When was radar?
Yes, they had radar back then.
I think it was early design. It had a lot of flaws with it, though. False positives and all that.
Total blackout, confused reports and fatalities, along with the ominous warning wail of the sirens, came orders of a complete blackout. Not a single light from a single house or vehicle was lit throughout Los Angeles shortly after 3 a.m. During the 3.5 hours until just after 7 a.m., when a sense of normality arrived with the light of the morning, numerous and varied reports would circulate, both among the military and throughout the wider community. Many reports of planes, for example, would surface, although most of these would insist the planes in question were American planes. There were also several fatalities that would share, at least, an indirect connection to the events of the early hours of the 25th of February 1942. All of the dead were civilians. Some were victims of traffic accidents, as they had made fatal attempts to negotiate the blacked-out roads. At least one person is thought to have died as a result of falling shrapnel. Several other deaths, attributed to heart attacks, are also widely accepted to have been a consequence of the bizarre and frightening events.
So they're saying down the side that calibrating guns, well, we know they do targeting flares. You've seen these UFOs dropping.
Well, look, I've looked into this, and what they used to do in that area between 9 and 10 p.m. every night, they were having practice sessions. Okay, to train their guns on objects. And I don't know what they used for those objects, whether they balloons or what have you. But it was the usual thing, so people be used to that kind of those rounds of fire going off between 9 and 10. And they knew it was a practice. Because when it started at 3 a.m. in the morning, they knew it was obviously something different.
Yeah. I guess some people might have said it might have been a blimp, that they used to put up in the skies above cities.
Well, I don't think 1,500 5-pound shells plus all the small caliber gunfire that was going off would have missed the barrage balloon. It would have gone up with a big bang.
Okay. Katie.
Mm-hmm.
It's got some crazy thing there. I'm not sure what that is.
The account of Katie. While we will look at some of the other witness statements from the incident, one of particular intrigue is that of Katie, who at the time was an interior designer and artist who worked with many of the Hollywood stars. She was also, along with over 12,000 other Los Angeles residents, a volunteer air aid warden. So, when her phone rang in the early hours of the 25th of February, she already had an idea that something was likely afoot. She wasn't wrong. On the other end of the line was her district air aid supervisor. There was, they said, an immediate alert. Rather more intriguing, they wished to know if she had seen anything unusual in the sky, more specifically near to her home. Katie lived not far from Santa Monica on Los Angeles' west side. Upon being asked the question, she walked over to the window of the room she was in. She would later recall to UFO investigator Jeffrens, "It was huge. It was just enormous. And it was practically right over my house." I had never seen anything like it in my life. She would continue that it was just hovering there. She would remember that whatever the object was, it was a lovely pale orange, and although it had an eerie quality to it, it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. Partly because there was no other competing light due to the blackout, the object would shine spectacularly in the dark, black sky. It was around this time that the US military searchlights found the object with the glare.
So that's the thing, the black and white photographs don't do justice as the colour of all this lights. Now, we've heard about these orange objects. Looks like we've got some.
Many times.
Who's that joining us? Haley, is it? Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Yeah, the orange thing was Shelley's thing as well, wasn't it? The white UFO that was shooting balls of orange into this big ball of orange UFO and disappeared. Which is kind of strange. Strange sighting. But yeah, this one's talking about a big orange thing as well. Mothership.
So there was other witnesses that said that they actually seen it changing colour, you know.
Yeah.
And it was changing its altitude all the time. And again, at Alspress, it was moving against the wind. So I think you can rule a balloon out. So I don't know what Nick West was going on about, that it was some kind of balloon being hauled down.
Unless it was covered up, of course. Maybe there's some other stories out there. That it went out to sea, then crashed into the sea or something, maybe. I don't know. And then the military would cover it up, right? But yeah, you think they would... What was the cover story? Did they tell us what the cover story was?
War nerves.
War nerves was the cover story, was it? They must have had something like that. That they were firing at nothing in the sky, is what they were saying, was it?
Well, the planet Venus was mentioned. Oh, come on.
Orange, though? Yeah.
No, there was something there. You don't pick up Venus on radar. Come on, let's face it. It's just a joke of an explanation.
Yeah. Yeah, just wondering if anyone actually bought...
And of course, there was no flying saucers or UFOs in 1942.
Yeah, but they seemed to forget it very quickly, didn't they, after all that? Like everything that happens, like the Phoenix Light, it dies down. They have explanation like flare dropping, and then people just forget about it and just move on.
The Phoenix Light didn't really die down, did it? But in 1942, everybody trusted their governments.
Well, most of the planet moved on, apart from the UFO people, if that's what you mean. But yeah, the average public, once they've realised, oh yeah, it's just a misunderstanding, they just carry on with their normal daily lives, right? Earning money.
Yeah, still got to go to work, still worry about their relationships, yeah. Still worry about the financial situation, and life goes on.
Watching the soaps on TV.
So, but they just used to believe
it was like
anything.
The 4th of July. Like many of the other witnesses, Katie would declare with absolute certainty they sent fighter planes up, and I watched them in groups approach it and then turn away. She would further recall how the planes were shooting at it, but it didn't seem to matter. According to Katie, the planes would make several approaches, but they would suddenly retreat. Then, the ground artillery began to fire. So much firepower was sent upwards it was like the 4th of July, with the military firing like crazy. Katie would continue to watch events unfold from the relative safety of her living room window for close to half an hour. Then, the object began to move away, eventually disappearing into the night. Also, like many other witnesses, Katie would recall that several direct hits impacted upon the surface of the object. However, no damage at all was visible. In fact, it would appear as though the huge shells simply fell to the ground at the last moment. Despite the apparent attack from this mysterious object, Katie would recall that it was a magnificent sight. Just marvelous. Retired anthropology professor Scott Littleton, who was only a young boy at the time, and whose father was also an air raid warden, also had an almost perfect view of the incident. He would describe the object as like a lozenge with artillery shells exploding all around it. Also, like Katie, he would claim the very real presence of American fighter jets. In fact, Littleton would prove to be a strong voice over the decades that followed regarding the encounter. Indeed, he just may prove to be one of the key witnesses to that winter's evening in February 1942.
So what is a lozenge? A cough lolly, isn't it?
Lozenge? Oh, come on, you know what a lozenge shape is, Paul. We don't have to go doing that, do we?
Well, it's got lots of examples here. So I guess it's more like this one here. The old cough lollies.
That's your typical lozenge shape.
But they've got these ones here, just round.
But no, it's not. It's still lozenge shaped.
Yeah, but they're saying the round ones are as well on this images. Right, sore throats. But yeah, it's the first time I've heard it called a lozenge rather than just call it oval shape or something.
Well, have you ever heard anyone call a UFO Tic Tac before? It was just how the pilot described it, and it stuck.
So really, it's a Tic Tac, but orange colour.
Possibly.
So
the threat of invasion was still palpable. Although Littleton was only a young child at the time of the incident, that most bizarre night is emblazoned on his mind. Littleton would become a college professor of anthropology from 1962 until his retirement 40 years later in 2002. His studies and teachings took him across a wide range of mythology and folklore. Also of interest to him was the question of UFOs and alien life. In particular, what the possible implications for mythology and folklore might be. Littleton would describe the Battle of Los Angeles as the night that a UFO was fired upon by the Earth repeatedly with no apparent effect. He would witness the events from near his home in Hermosa Beach. With the events of Pearl Harbor still fresh in everyone's minds, residents of California were only too aware of their location on the coast. To them, the threat of invasion was still palpable, if not imminent, in the minds of many. In fact, even military sources and intelligence would suggest such a bombing campaign, likely from the Japanese, was inevitable. All along the waterfront from Santa Monica Bay to Malibu to Palos Verdes, anti-aircraft guns fired their deadly loads at targets purposely dragged along the skies over the water. Specially designed U.S. planes would pull along these targets, allowing those who might one day be firing on approaching enemy planes to practice. These displays would often entertain the locals, including the young Littleton, who would remember them as a grand show, during which the searchlights from the ground would light up not only the targets, but the exploding shells. These practice runs would normally run from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. each evening.
There we go.
Yeah, I was just trying to find the spot there. So that's what you're saying, Mick West was saying about the dragon of the objects.
No. It was you that told me that Mick West.
No, I didn't say anything about Mick West.
You told me yesterday that it was a Bad Batch balloon being pulled down.
I never said anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't believe. I don't know where you got that from. I think you mix me up with someone else, maybe.
You told me it was going against the wind and disappeared off the coast.
No, that wasn't from me. From someone else. It
was.
No, it wasn't. Not for me. I don't remember ever telling you that.
Okay. I'll bring it up in the text when I find it.
I certainly haven't talked about Mick West and barrage balloons. He did put up a thing about a ghost boy in a mirror recently.
No, you said he had an explanation for this case.
No, not me.
Okay.
It wasn't me. 9 p.m. evening, system total collapse. Sounds like something from a movie. It's wonder they haven't made this into a sci-fi movie of some kind by now. I suppose they've done something similar with nuclear power plants. So what was that one where it was breaking down, melting down? I can never think of the title of it.
The system totally collapsed. There were also regular blackouts, which Little Lytton's father, as a volunteer air raid warden, would get prior notice of. During such blackouts he would have to don his hard hat and patrol the streets in his designated area, ensuring that all curtains would remain closed and all lights off, and to make sure anyone who shouldn't be outside would return home immediately. Generally speaking, these practice runs always went relatively smoothly. However, in the early hours of the 25th of February, during the real thing, Little Lytton would remember that the system totally collapsed. The practice had gone ahead as normal on the evening of the 24th of February before falling silent just after 10 p.m. Little Lytton remembers clearly going to bed shortly after the usual display, reading for a little while before falling asleep. The next thing he knew, it was 3:15 a.m., and it sounded as though it was thundering outside. After shaking the sleep from his mind, he realized the thunder was, in fact, the anti-aircraft fire. Thinking it was possibly another drill, he soon dismissed such notions as there was something about the rate and intensity of the bombardment that just didn't seem right. As he looked out of his bedroom window, he could instantly make out the searchlights sweeping around the night sky. Among them was the bright flashes of exploding rounds. This further pushed away the notion that what he was seeing was a drill of some kind. The explosions during the practice runs were usually quite a way out to sea. These explosions were much closer to the mainland. Then, he could hear his parents talking in the hall of the house. When he put his head out of the door, he could clearly make out the worried look on his father's face.
I probably thought it was a Japanese invasion.
Oh yeah, of course, absolutely. It's certainly what they thought at the time.
So what's that there? Nothing to do with the article. What's that one there? A shell or what? Don't know if that's anything to do with that newspaper clipping or not.
Yeah, I'd imagine it would be, of course. I can't.
Could be, I
read them.
suppose. Shattered windows, maybe some shell dropping down. What's this one here?
Sure, there was people hurt on the ground. Yeah.
Shrapnel through the
Good.
window, maybe.
Yeah.
Into the bedding. I don't know. But yeah, there's the lodging shape. We can actually see it in the picture here. See that?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a chubby.
Isn't that the enhanced picture?
Oh, I don't know. But you can see it
Yeah.
in this one.
Enhanced.
Looks like an explosion there, hitting it. But because it's not
Yeah.
colour, I think it's a shame, really.
Yeah.
Old technology back then. Mind you, it's still probably a better picture than you can take on your smartphone still. This rubbish still for nighttime shots anyway.
I think this might be the real thing. According to Little Lytton, his father couldn't understand why he, or other local air raid wardens, didn't receive word. Whether it was a drill or a real attack, all local air raid wardens should receive notification to attend their positions. This could be an interesting point. Little Lytton's father would place several phone calls to the Civil Defence Headquarters in a bid to find out information. Nobody, however, would pick up. He would make the decision to take to the streets as per his duties of his own accord in the absence of any superior command. It would, apparently, turn out later that although the alarm was raised sometime between 2:15 am and 2:25 am, someone forgot to notify local air raid wardens. However, as we will remember, Katie was notified a little after 3 am. In fact, she would receive texts whether she could visually see anything from her position. Again, this is simple speculation. Might it have been a purposeful decision to keep as many of the air raid wardens inside? Might they have wanted as few witnesses as possible? Regardless of the reason, after Little Lytton's father had been outside for a short while, he returned even more concerned than before. By this time, the grandparents who happened to be staying there were also awake and downstairs. Little Lytton's father instructed them to make their way to the bomb shelter immediately. "I think this may be the real thing," he would declare as he ushered them down the basement.
Someone said the lights are lighting up a cloud, but it's too...
Yeah, no, when they examined it, when the original photo was put in the examination, there was no doubt there was an object there.
Yes, like I said in that enhanced photograph, it looked like a lodging, you know, the old lodging with the thick, sweet shape to it. Which is like, obviously a big ship, isn't it? It have to be like a big ship that they're targeting. Airship or whatever it is, I don't know. But, airship...
Well, if it was an airship, it was certainly bulletproof, wasn't it? Or shell-proof. It didn't come out.
Unless it was like a prototype helium one that the military were mucking around with.
Helium, that would have gone up with a big bang, Paul.
Not helium.
It's not.
You're thinking of hydrogen.
What?
The bullets would...
So you think a helium balloon would avoid 1,500 shells?
No, the bullets would just pass through the canvas. So it'd still be up there until it lost...
Oh, come on. It would have come down like a sack of shit.
No, not the way they're designed. They have like separate cells in each of the blimps. So if you blew one cell, you'd have to blow quite a few of them before it would come down, lose its buoyancy. So yeah, you can part... helium is a inert gas, mate. So explosions won't ignite it. So you'd be passing shrapnel through it, and it'd be bursting bladders, but it won't bring it down until the weight of it, the whole thing, is more than the helium combined inside.
So how does it lose altitude to the point where it's hovering over people's houses, goes back up again, hovers against the wind, and then moves against the wind again? Okay. So if these helium balloons are like shell-proof, I'm not really sure why they weren't used a little bit more.
Well, there's explanations that you could explain why it could move against the wind. They may have had a tow line, like you said, on a submarine or something like that out to sea.
There was actually balloons there was actually types of balloons with propellers then that could have moved against the wind, but they wouldn't have survived that kind of bad edge, Paul. That's ridiculous.
Well, I don't know. It may have been just above the height.
Seagull explanation for the Tic Tac.
Yeah, but didn't it move off after it got hit? That woman was describing this orange glowing blob, and it got hit, and then it started moving off, right?
Okay.
So, could the airship just be beyond the gun's reach, right? And the shrapnel didn't penetrate it, but a couple hit it and then decided that it was losing gas and moved off back over the sea, where it dropped a line to a boat or something and that towed it out. Maybe it could have been a Japanese experiment. You never know. Is what I'm saying. Back then. And of course, the Americans are not going to own up to it like the Japanese were right over our city, where they could have dropped some bombs or whatever. So they could have covered it up, right? Just throwing it out there as a debunk.
Everybody who could went outside to see it. While the Little Lytton household squeezed into the cramped basement, Little Lytton's father would return to the street. When his mother decided to go up and see what was happening around 10 minutes later, Little Lytton discreetly tagged along. The pair made their way to the doorstep of the house and then stood there watching the fascinating events unfold above them. Each of them stared up at the silver lozenge-shaped bug that glowed brightly in the searchlights that had converged upon it. For several moments the object simply hung motionless in the air, seemingly happy to take the apparent pounding from the constant barrage of gunfire and heavy artillery from below. Then it began to move slowly. It would head towards Redondo Beach, southeast from their direction. They would watch it for several minutes before it disappeared out of sight. Although it disappeared from Littleton's sight, as the object passed over Redondo Beach, a 5-year-old child, Tyke Caravers, would witness it pass over his family home. Not only that, it appeared to descend slightly as it did so. The rest of the Caravers family also witnessed the incident, with Tyke's father even attempting to follow the craft in his car in case it landed. However, instead of landing, the object would begin to rise again. It would head south of the beach, along the coast where the Lax Airport stands today, before passing over the El Segundo oil refinery. Caravers would recall how, despite the time, almost everybody on our whole block who could, got up to go outside to see it. Despite the intense barrage of anti-aircraft fire, the mysterious object escaped unscathed.
Yep. So yeah, I was just trying to find a picture of inside a blimp while it was reading. The balloon explanation. Well, balloon is not really a blimp. But why would they send a balloon over the city?
You reckon a hydrogen balloon could survive a few shells then?
Not a hydrogen, but a helium one. That's what I said. It could have been like an early experiment with some other gases. But we can't rule it out. Could have been Japanese, you know. Why is it not reading? What's happened?
The balloon explanation. Littleton, who for obvious reasons would have an intense interest in the case and has performed his own investigations into it, would take particular exception that the entire episode, including the barrage of fire from the US military, was nothing other than a balloon that had strayed off course. In fact, he would state that this official explanation is almost impossible. Remember, most of the sightings and the bulk of the shooting took place in the Santa Monica area of Los Angeles. Littleton's research shows that the only place in Los Angeles where such balloons were was to the south of Santa Monica, in El Segundo. Littleton would explain that this would mean, assuming there was a missing balloon, there were no reports of any missing or stolen balloons in or around the night in question. It would have to find its way almost perfectly northward towards Santa Monica. Once at its destination, it would then hover in the same spot, somehow absorbing the firepower of the anti-aircraft guns below for close to 30 minutes, before then calmly moving away in a different direction from the way it arrived. Perhaps backing up Littleton's and many other UFO researchers' claims that the object hovering over Los Angeles was far from a balloon and was, in fact, a nuts and bolts craft from another part of the galaxy comes from one of the most famous and iconic images of the incident. Before we move on to that, however, check out the short video below. It features Scott Littleton speaking about the incident.
So yeah, there was little, like, big bladders they have inside. It's not filled with one thing for redundancy. So if one popped, or you know, someone tried to shoot it down, it would be able to take it. The bullets would pass right through, not ignite helium. But yeah, is it possible they were mucking around with it back in those early days? I don't know. I'd have to do more.
I think it's something that simple. They've just told us.
Yeah, you can see there's a lot of spaces inside of these massive blimps here. So they got the bladder section, but they also got places where they can put cargo. But yeah, it's meant to be like a, you know, looks like they're still thinking about bringing blimps back, but with helium. So there's one design there, right? It looks very much like a Lodgen.
Yeah, Lozenge, yeah.
Could it be from the future? You know, it could be coming over the city from the future. A good sci-fi.
High woo there on steroids.
High woo.
Helium in the future over Los Angeles in 1942. Of course, that's what it was.
Yeah, good sci-fi movie where they're mucking around with blimps and it went through a wormhole and ended up back in time. So yeah, what's this video here? Is it worth playing it? What does it say here? Short
No,
video.
I don't.
Scott
There's,
Linden speaking about the incident. Who is he?
I think that's Littleton, isn't it? He became a kind of authority on this case, you know.
Yeah.
He was one of the witnesses, and he spoke at a few conferences about this. You had a really good background, actually. You had the science background.
All right. Come on. So we got some enhanced footage coming up here of a photograph.
The photograph as events were unfolding, a reporter with the Los Angeles Times newspaper would receive word that something was happening near Santa Monica. The reporter in question lived around 12 miles away, to the east of the location in the San Gabriel Valley area of the city. He immediately dressed and jumped into his car, making his way cautiously through the now blackened roads, unable to use his headlights in case he attracted the attention of the police, military, or the air raid wardens who would order him inside or arrest him. He arrived close to his destination shortly after, settling near the Baldwin Hills. The reporter could clearly see the object caught in the collective glow of the several searchlights on it. He jumped out of his car, the gun sounding immediately louder as he did so, and pointed his camera at the scene above him. He snapped the picture shut, and by the 26th of February, the image would run in the Los Angeles Times newspaper. Millions of people around the world would study the picture over the years. Does it show an alien craft withstanding an intense barrage of US military firepower? Although there have been accusations of touching up of the photograph, it is indeed a genuine image. These touch-ups are, in reality, simply changing of contrasts and such to provide the image with more clarity for newspaper print. As you can see from the image below, it certainly appears as though the reflective glow from a disc-shaped craft is clearly visible.
Okay, so that thing on the top here, that looks like one of the explosions. I don't think it's part of this craft.
No, I don't think it is. That does look like a shell going off.
I think this thing here could possibly be the shape of the craft that they're aiming at.
Yes. Yes.
But there's something down here too. I'm not too sure what that is.
Be more shells, you know.
Or it could be some sort of engine that's pushing it along as well underneath, because it kind of does look blimp-like, doesn't it? UFO-like, blimp-like. See, I can see why skeptics would call it possibly a balloon, but I wouldn't call it a balloon. I'd say it more of a blimp. Did they have helium back in 38?
Yeah, they've done all the research on this, you know, and apparently there was nothing in the sky, that balloon-wise at that time, you know. All that research has been done.
Yeah, I haven't done my research onto it though. When was helium balloons tested? That's probably what we're going to find out.
I think they were tested during the 30s, you know, I'm not sure.
So that fits the timeline then, doesn't it, for experimental blimp. Flat Earth Society.
I don't care what you say. I don't think it was any type of balloon. It would have been shredded under all that fire.
Possibly, but if it was above the foreign, maybe it didn't actually get shredded, is probably what I'm saying.
I don't know. Were they using the proximity fuse then? They wouldn't have actually blown up unless they were hitting something, Paul. Until they reached the target.
What they use in early weather balloons. Not seeing anything there coming up straight away. High altitude balloons. I want to know when the first balloon. Seeing bad for you? No. How many? Nope. So I didn't like my keywords there. Maybe invented. But then that's still not going to be the right search run. First rubber balloon was 1824. Really? Experiments with hydrogen. Yeah, but we want to know if it's helium. Okay. Yeah, it's one that's probably going to need some more research. What else can we type in as a keyword there? What was helium invented? What was helium? Gas used. I don't know. Yeah, you just got to keep trying different keywords. What's it say there? Quite a long time ago. 1868. Jensen managed to just do that. He became the first person to observe helium elements. So it's been discovered for a while. But yeah, still not answering that question.
Yeah, I think you're backing up the wrong tree, you see, because the proximity fuse was available in 1942. Okay, and that would only go off if it was in very close range of the object. Yeah, so that if it was any type of balloon, it would have been done, finished, obliterated.
Yeah, but
it wasn't the balloon.
But it's not flammable. It's helium. That's the whole idea of helium. It's it's inert gas.
No. You're getting it all wrong.
No, you are.
No, you're looking at the wrong thing. You should be looking at the type of shells they were using. No balloon could have withstood that kind of attack.
Unless it was above when they exploded. Unless it was, you're forgetting. Unless it was above where the explosions happened.
No, you don't understand the proximity fuse. It wouldn't have gone off unless it was in close proximity to the object.
I don't know.
They weren't using shells that were on a timer.
I'd have to look into that more.
Well, I've already done it while you were looking at that.
Well, that's kind of sneaky.
Joseph Allen Hynek. That's not sneaky. It's called research. Joseph Allen Hynek actually invented the proximity fuse, so he's one of the people involved in inventing it. Yeah, exactly. Can't imagine a blimp surviving that amount of pie without bloody common sense, mate, isn't it?
Again, if it's above where the shrapnel is.
Yes, but again...
The objects out of the sea incident, the 9th of December 1941, although they are not nearly as popular, and there may not be a connection, two sightings on the respective evenings of 9th and the 11th of December 1941 are certainly worth looking at. Perhaps not least because of the military presence at each of them. The first took place to the north of Los Angeles in San Francisco, a relative stone's throw away, on the evening of the 9th of December. According to the main witness, General Ryan, several strange objects came out of the sea, causing the U.S. Navy to send out 3 vessels to investigate just what the strange crafts were. He would state to the Times-Union newspaper that I don't know how many planes there were, but there were a large number. Given that Ryan claims these planes came out of the sea, we can likely replace the word plane with UFO. Remember, a phrase still a decade away from its eventual interweaving into the fabric of American popular culture. Ryan would further elaborate in response to a question if the planes were Japanese by simply saying, they weren't Army planes. They weren't Navy planes. And you can be sure they weren't civilian planes. He would stop short of pointing the finger at the Japanese, but he was emphatic that the incident was not a test. The entire city was under blackout. Residents along the waterfront, however, would each claim to have witnessed around 60 U.S. Army trucks positioning anti-aircraft guns on the water's edge. One official explanation was that the operation was merely a test in response to the declaration of war on Japan by the US and Great Britain only 24 hours earlier.
Have I spelled it wrong? Symmetry.
Jesus.
I thought Google would have corrected it for me.
Paul, you'd be dangerous if you could spell.
I can't. Especially when I'm tired. Symmetry. There we go. Proximity. Okay. I'll probably have to do some read and research on this. But there's probably a way to trigger it with EMF probably as well. Electronic fuse. See, because it's electronic, you see. Detonates a bomb missile when it's sensitive to target.
It won't go off before.
It will if you can confuse it.
Geez, what technology do you think they had in 1942, Paul?
I don't know. It may have been experiments, right?
The balloon, the EMF effect. Good God, man, you're digging yourself a deep hole here.
Yep. Paul versus the world of believers, but yeah.
They originally developed so that rather than hit the ground and then explode, and it wouldn't kill as many personnel on the ground once it hit the ground and buried itself in the dirt. So if the proximity fuse, as soon as it got close to the deck, it exploded, which would kill more personnel on the ground, and it was also more effective in taking down aircraft. You see what I mean? But before that, they used like a timer fuse, but then you had to predict how long it would take the shell to reach the target, so that wasn't as reliable if you got the calculations wrong. So the proximity fuse, it was a dirty, nasty weapon, to be honest, because yeah.
But it's the same as jets drop flares, right, to distract missiles. Sensors.
Well, I'm not sure how that relates to that at all.
There's always countermeasures, right? Probably should say countermeasures, but I'm pretty sure there would be a way to do it. Maybe they had other objects that they released from the craft around it to protect it, that they act like flares do today, right? So there'd have to be other safeguards on these shells too, as you say, because you'd probably could automatically go off, right? Have to be timed.
Well, it wouldn't just go off. It would only go off when it got close to its target. When it sensed its target, then it would go off at a certain distance away, so it could do maximum damage. That's warfare for you. It's not nice. I think Landers was about it at all.
So they got a radio one here, 1940. So you could actually watch it and then push a button and then say detonate. So that one would be a bit harder one to trick. At least you could scramble the radio signal or take over.
There you go. Proximity fuses that work by sending out radio waves and then measuring the time it took for those waves to bounce back, allowing it to detonate a set distance. So those shells would not have gone off unless it was very close to the object.
Okay, it's talking about 1944 for the radio ones here.
Okay.
First invented, it says here, which is way over that date. So there are different types of proximity fuses that we're reading here. I'd say some of them also would have timing, so they would calculate when they want the shell to explode.
That was more primitive. Yeah,
that would be harder. That would be harder to defeat. You could also say that the shell go to maximum height, and as it's coming back down with gravity, detonate as another one you could do. So, but anyway, better move on. Los Angeles, the blackout. Oh, we read that one, didn't we? Did we? It won't matter if we read it out again. It's got a map here.
The Los Angeles blackout incident, the 11th of December 1941, 2 nights later, in Los Angeles, although areas as far away as San Diego and even Las Vegas were affected, another blackout took hold of the city. Once more, just like General Ryan had 48 hours earlier, the announcement from the Interceptor Command would state that this is not a practice blackout. It was a little after 7:35 p.m. when the alert signal turned yellow. This indicated that an unidentified airplane was approaching the city. And what's more, they were approaching from the stretches of the Pacific Ocean. All air and naval bases would go to instant alert, with anti-aircraft posts on standby along the waterfront. Some witnesses would later state they could hear anti-aircraft fire, although the military would declare that there was no authorization to fire. That a situation was underway, however, was certain. The Interceptor Command would state, there are planes over the south of Los Angeles that are unidentified. The area will be blacked out until we can identify them. Shortly after, several response planes would leave the runway of their respective airports to investigate these strange oncoming objects. While there was no known interception, the blackout mission was an apparent success. It is perhaps interesting that descriptions of these crafts would appear to conform to those that were allegedly witnessed in various spots across the United States and even Mexico in the early 1940s, some of which we will look at a little later, and which may also share a connection to the apparent events of Los Angeles in February 1942. However, if these incidents were merely military tests, might it be that the alleged Battle of Los Angeles was also such a test?
So yeah, that's where they're suggesting it now too. But yeah, the blackout thing is really interesting because normally they turn off all the lights, so they've got nowhere to target the bombs.
Oh yeah, of course. Blackout was. My parents went all through that business.
This blackout wasn't caused by the UFO though, is what they're saying there. They turned it off themselves. From what
of course.
What I'm reading.
Oh
now.
yeah, you actually end up in jail for not turning.
So that'd make it more credible that it's incredible technology back then, if it could affect the power grid, the orange object, right? So that would make it more alien, exotic technology, which is far beyond our capability back then to be able to do that. But unfortunately, this is just a normal blackout, so we can't sort of add that in the mix here. But the unknown,
no, we can't.
But the unknown planes, 7 p.m. So what's the timelines? I really need a flowchart of where the blimp was and all that. That was 10 p.m., wasn't it? The planes.
No, it was 3 a.m. I think the bad badge started 3 a.m.
3 a.m. What's that 10 p.m. one that I heard up there again? The witness report. So there was, we need to really like a flowchart, put it all together and see, like a crime scene, and see how everything seemed to flow together. So this happened before the 3 a.m. This blackout. Is that what they're saying, or was it the next day?
No, it's just saying there the alert signal was turned yellow. That indicated an unidentified airplane was approaching the city.
Was that
what's more, they were from the stretches of the ocean.
That was before the thing, because 42, wasn't it?
This is 1941. Yeah, so we're looking at the actual incidents of 1942. Yes.
So how many months in between this blackout and that one then? What was it in 42?
2 months.
Was it 2 months difference?
2 months, yes. Yep. Well, February 1942.
Oh, February. Yep. For some reason, I'm thinking April or July, because everything seems to happen around those dates with the UFO stuff.
Really?
Yeah, Roswell and all that, right?
Roswell was on June the 8th.
Yeah, that's what I said. June, April, July. It always seems to hang around those dates, a lot of the events. But this is looking like a pre-Google Earth map here. What's it trying to say here? Anything interesting on that? It looks like it's from a newspaper article. Map spots areas. Anti-craft open up. Short searchlights. Yeah, so I don't know. San Diego. Long Beach. So, what happened to the planes then? Were they saying it was an exercise? I'm just trying to... February there. 42, yeah. The planes were over the South Los Angeles. They were unidentified. Surely if it was like a test, we would know that by now. Because it would be like declassified, wouldn't it? The area will be blacked because it's World War II. So, what were the unknown planes? Couldn't have been Japanese, surely. Oh, interesting. False flag. Let's keep on going.
A military false flag event. There is plenty of reason to assume that the events were a false flag event, possibly to maintain support for the United States' involvement in the Second World War. As we have looked at previously in our look at the events of Pearl Harbor, there is substantial reason to believe the key event that brought the United States into World War II was, at best, allowed to happen, at worst, of purposeful planning. Might the Battle of Los Angeles have been a similar event? There is certainly an argument for the claim. For example, several radar operators would state in a television documentary in the early 2000s that they received prior warning from their superiors to expect a target coming in. One would even go as far as to say that it was a meteorologist balloon with a wavelength of wire tied to it, so the radar would pick it up. Does this suggest that there was a purposeful operation in place? Or is this simply a case of a mistaken sighting by the radar operators in question? Or is this possibly a case of disinformation? How, for example, would a balloon explanation match up alongside Katie's sighting? Or might Katie's claims be disinformation to take away from secret military action? After all, she was a volunteer air aid warden. Perhaps she would see it as her duty? If we assume that this was a military test, the fact that several residents would lose their lives would mean the military would have to maintain that something took place, lest they face scrutiny and possibly lawsuits for possible reckless behavior and a disregard for its own citizens' safety. Or might it be a military test of otherworldly technology?
So that's a good point there. Why they would cover it up? Because they didn't want.
Yeah, they're not going to try that over populated area, Paul, are they? If they're going to do some kind of test, they're going to do an overpopulated area. I think that's a ridiculous explanation.
Unless something that went off course, of course.
The Missouri crash. Oh, here we go.
Are we getting into fake news, are we?
Well,
hang on, we'll just read it out and then you can comment.
Yeah.
Connections to the little-known Missouri crash. Perhaps, though, the incident was handled the way it was by the military due to an apparent downed UFO near Cape Girardeau in Missouri only months earlier in April 1941. According to the witness in the report, Charlotte Mann, she recalled how her grandfather, Reverend William Huffman, received a call from the nearby military base. According to Mann, a large strange disc made from some unknown metallic material had crashed to the ground in the open country. The military was already at the scene. They required Huffman's services to administer the last rites. Upon seeing this out-of-this-world craft, Huffman would realize these last rites were not for anything human. He would see 3 small bodies lying together near the crippled craft. All 3 were already dead, but Huffman said a prayer for each anyway. When he returned home later in the early hours of the morning, he would tell both his wife and Charlotte but the remains were definitely not human. Incidentally, several interesting details would surface in the report. The first, the use of strange metallic foil-like material being present at the scene, which would come more prominently during the Roswell crash 6 years later. And the apparent ancient Egyptian-style hieroglyphics on the exterior, another seemingly bizarre detail that comes up in other UFO encounters. Perhaps also of interest in regard to this last detail is another little-known report, one of a plane crash on the morning of the 24th of February near to the heart of Hollywood, a crash that might not have been a plane crash at all.
Okay. You want to have a say on that?
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on this because I think it's a one or two witness and second-hand witness encounters. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I wasn't there. I can't say it did not happen, but I'm just saying you can't take it terribly seriously if you want to be objective, you know, in this field. I just don't see there's anything really to go on that Cape Girardeau crash, you know.
More UFO crashes. Now, we've heard about those two famous memos, which talked about 3 crashes, probably in the 1940s, but we're not too sure.
Leonard Springfield covered a lot of these, and he reckons he had a lot of inside information on this kind of stuff. But you know, they were all anonymous witnesses, and it's very difficult to say, you know, what was going on. And I honestly think if there was a UFO crash, I think Roswell was the first one, you know, because they made a complete blunder of trying to cover that one up. So I don't really know. I'm not sure, but it's a grey area that I'm not going to certainly spout out as fact. So I just don't see it as fact.
If we could get hold of that memo, that would probably clear up a lot of things. So maybe this one here.
Total evidence, you know.
I think you're cutting out when we're talking now. Can you just drop in and out again just to fix that?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Just to be sure. It's probably just me hearing it, not the... where's the link there? So, yeah, I did look at the memo, the new scan of it. And it definitely looks like it says the word disk in the memo. The Ramy memo.
Oh, the Jamie memo was Roswell.
Yeah. So if we could get hold of that memo, that would probably cover up a lot of stuff on the Roswell stuff. So I wonder what happened to the memo. Did it actually get burnt or torn up?
No. You can find all the information on that, and you know, victims of the crash, and all this kind of stuff that they found from like deep scanning the actual memo that was held in his hand. But that's definitely talking about the Roswell crash and nothing earlier than 47.
Yeah, but mine's talking about the deep
scan.
It
was Roger Ramey was a 4-star general at the time, and he was the one who conspired to invent the covert PR.
Yeah, read out this next bit then.
Yeah.
More UFO crashes in early 1942 America than we know. One witness would state that he saw Japanese writing on the remains of the craft, remains which were, interestingly enough, covered over by the military within minutes of the apparent crash. Japanese planes marked their planes using Arabic numbers during World War II. It couldn't, then, have been a Japanese plane the witness saw. Might it be that it wasn't Japanese writing, but Egyptian-style hieroglyphs? And is it possible that it wasn't a plane, but an unknown craft? Might it be that the Battle of Los Angeles was the result of an extraterrestrial craft? One that might have actually started before the early hours of the 25th of February. Much like the Missouri incident mentioned above, there is another encounter which very well may share a connection to the events over the City of Angels. In late October 1941, a UFO apparently crashed to the ground in Sonora, Mexico. The U.S. military managed to locate and retrieve it, and bring it back into the United States. Much like the alleged crash in Missouri, as well as the recovery of the craft itself, were several alien bodies. Might this craft, and more specifically the intelligent entities behind it, be the same that appeared over Los Angeles? Although it happened after the Los Angeles incident, another UFO apparently crashed to Earth in late 1942 somewhere north of Georgia. Much like the previous accounts, the object was disc-like, silver and metallic, and contained several small entities. Several months later, in April 1943, U.S. pilot Jerry Casey would notice a silver disc-shaped object. It would approach his plane as he navigated the California coastline near the Santiago Mountain. It remained with them for several minutes before vanished at speed.
Yeah, you see that if you actually look through the history of UFO crashes, you can find about 100 of them. You heard the Clifford Stone, Paul?
Sorry, say that again.
Have you heard of Clifford Stone?
Don't think that rings a bell.
No, okay. Well, oddly enough, he was 22 years in the military, and this is dodgy. He was on a project called Project Bluebeam, I think it was, and he said he was part of the crash discovery unit, and he said that there was 57 different species.
It's a lot.
And when he was asked, how do you know there was 57 different species visiting, he said, oh, we had that in the manual. Okay. And he said he was called out to 12 different crash sites. Okay. But between, I think it was the 1940s and the 1960s. And they recovered 12 different crashed alien spacecraft. And out of those 12, 5 of them were different species. Now, Robert Stone, he was at many a MUFON conference and lots of other conferences. I'm not sure if he's still alive today. But the only thing that lends any credence to what he said is he actually launched a FOIA request for this project called Blue Book, and it was actually a foreign technology division, and it kind of added a little bit of credence to what he said because he knew exactly where to look. And with FOIA requests, if you don't go to exactly the right department to find what you're looking for, they're just going to say, computer says no, nothing here to be seen. But he knew exactly where to look. So now I don't know if this story was pure fantasy. It probably was. But Clifford Stone, when you actually see him on interview, there's plenty of interviews of him on YouTube, yeah, he's an interesting guy, that's for sure. And he gets very emotional when he talks about the aliens because he says he's seen these bodies and they affected him deeply. And he actually had some deep telepathic interaction with one of them. So I don't know, it's a tall story, but it's kind of strange in a way that he knew that Bluebeam was actually covering crashes of foreign technology, which would of course include UFOs, and I think he did mention UFOs in the text. So I don't know, can he dismiss everything that he's saying out of hand? Or is he someone who's maybe embellished, elaborated on the story over the years? I really don't know what to make of Clifford Stone.
Well, when you got people talking about the creatures not actually being like natural creatures, but manufactured, like
AI.
yeah, AI or androids or something like that. They're actually machines
Yeah.
themselves, but biological machines. But
Mm-hmm.
essentially, that's what we are too, really. When you think about it, we are biological machines.
Yeah.
So,
But it's quite funny. I know we're going off on a little bit of tangent now, but it's an interesting one. But you know, everyone who's reported the greys and everyone who's reported aliens over the years and occupant sightings, nobody has ever said anything about genitalia, you know, sexual organs.
yeah, which makes it more sound like a machine again.
Well, an artificial intelligence, something that's I don't know. I don't know. Maybe something that doesn't have to feed. You know, if you listen to some of the autopsy videos, there was no stomach.
Yeah.
So these things could have tremendous lifespans, which could possibly allow them to travel over vast distances.
Yeah. Yeah.
Enormous lifespans. Who knows?
But maybe that's why they're here. Maybe these machines that were sent out into the universe.
Yeah, but maybe they're half biological. I don't know. Maybe even symbiotic in a way.
Maybe they're trying to repair themselves so they can get back.
Yeah.
So that may be why they're researching material on Earth to find what they need. Who knows? Maybe that's why they're collecting DNA. Maybe they're trying to create new machines because the old ones are defective to be able to go back to home base. So yeah, you can see a lot more sci-fi. It could come out of all this crazy UFO stuff. But again, a lot of people still think it's interdimensional rather than traveling vast distances of universe. It's coming through multi-universe level. But who knows? You know, you just don't know if they're creating some sort of energy level that basically transmits matter as data, right? And then it reforms, but like a teleport system, which is very possible, you know, because atoms are energy.
Okay, I'll leave a link here to Clifford Stone if anybody wants to take a listen.
Right.
Have a listen, even. So there you go. That's Clifford Stone.
That was the guy talking about the 57 aliens.
Yeah, well, and he reckons that was in a manual that was handed.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you see, he was 22 Bs in the army, and he only made it to sergeant. So that sounds a little bit suspect to me.
I thought it was only 16 species of alien. I never heard of 57 before. Species of aliens. See what this comes up with. A list of alleged extraterrestrials on a Wikipedia of all things. Have we got a number? I can't see any numbers. So what do we got down the side here? Alright, it's talking about Flatwood Munster, Greys. So we got Hobskull Goblins, Little Green Men. So they're not really separate, I don't think. Little Green Men is just like a general term, really, rather than
well, but no. To be honest, you know, the Hopkins case that was blown out of proportion. Nobody ever said it was the Sutton family. It was at 1955 Kelly Hopkinsville. None of the witnesses said they were green.
Oh no, this is a separate category here.
Yeah. In fact, of all the occupant cases that I've ever seen, I'm yet to hear one now. Apparently that Ilky alien, Ilkston alien, which we looked at the photograph. That one was green, but no, Little Green Men is a Hollywood thing rather than reality, you know.
Yep. University instructor, 2019. What's that crazy one? Let's have a look at that one. Space aliens are breeding with humans. The university instructors say, scientists say otherwise. And guess who it is? Your favorite person.
Oh, who is it?
I've got it highlighted for you.
Oh, wait, I'll just type in.
Seth. The one that runs listening to the universe.
Who?
Seth.
Oh, Seth Shostak. Oh, SETI guy.
Mm-hmm.
Search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Yeah,
This
sure. What an idiot.
This is what he's written.
Flunker.
So 5 aliens species who have definitely visited Earth. So how do we know that's different? Well, we know
we don't, do we?
No, we know Grey's going to be where from abduction cases.
Grey's always the bit, but it's not always the case. Look at the Pascagoula event. I mean, good God, that was a strange creature, wasn't it?
Anunnaki, the reptilians,
oh God,
the Nordics, the Greys,
and you got the small Greys, the tall Greys. You got the Nordics, the ones that look very human-like.
Yep. Those black eyes. But I haven't seen. Here we are. 10 species we most likely to invade Earth right now. Yeah, I've not come across any 57 species. I thought it was 16. I heard.
Well, there's I think it was Paul Hellyer, the Ministry of Defence guy.
Yeah, what did he
Canadian.
say?
He said there was multiple species. I can't remember just how many.
Oh. Okay. Well, 16's not coming up. But I know Earl Grey has mentioned a few that he gets in his reports. Kind of
well, Earl would, yes.
But yeah, we should ask him. List all the different things and what's the most common one. We need him on. He should just jump on and start talking to us. Would be Sunday over there, so I don't know what he's up to. Canadian ex-defence minister. That's who you're telling us.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Paul Hellyer.
Seeing hasn't visited Earth for a million years, says that when aliens saw the atomic bomb, they decided they were a great threat to the cosmos.
Well, I mean, that makes a good deal of sense, really. There seemed to be an escalation in sightings after 1945. I think they've been here for millennia, to be honest. But there did seem to be a serious escalation after the Second World War, and of course even during the American Civil War there was UFO sightings, an abundance of them. During the Second World War we had the Foo Fighters. During the Vietnam War there was hundreds of sightings. They were.
Just read.
Well, let me finish. During the Vietnam War, Paul Dean's done some great work on this, and they were calling UFOs unidentified helicopters. Now that's quite interesting, because if it's a helicopter, how come it's unidentified? And another more shocking thing is the Vietnamese during the Vietnam War did not have any helicopters. So you see how they hide things.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like the counters have stopped working again. Anyway, I'm just going to... I notice Google have been revamping a lot of stuff in the beta studio yesterday. So I just wonder if a lot of the problems were related to that. But anyway, just have a read out what this hella saying. Aren't a lot of people saying he's a bit of a crackpot, a bit of mental disorder?
Well, there's a lot of people that go down that rabbit hole turn out to be a little bit believing anything,
And
I think this may well be the case with Paul Hellyer as well, but I don't know. He's far more well connected than me and you, Paul. So you can't dismiss everything he's saying out of hand,
Hellyer is perhaps less convincing about his own experience with UFOs. He claims to have seen one, but when asked what it was like, he said, "It just looks like a star." He added, "The Star of Bethlehem is one of God's flying saucers." Hellyer used to believe that there were between 2 and 12 different species of alien. Now, he says he's received reports that there might be as many as 80. What's perhaps most interesting to our self-centered species is that some of them apparently look just like us. Indeed, he claimed that 2 alien ladies went to Las Vegas to shop dressed as nuns, and no one was any the wiser. Why would they be? This was Vegas. Try that in Springfield, in case you feel you might have met one in your hometown. Some are tall Nordic blondes, some are short greys, and some look like aliens in cartoons. At this point, you'll be worried about whether these aliens are mean-spirited. Hellyer said that only 1 or 2 species might be threatening. He didn't mention whether they spoke Klingon. In previous pronouncements, Hellyer has insisted that aliens know how to make a screener. The aliens would, it seems, like to teach us better ways to live. Hellyer believes, though, that they are waiting for our consent. Moreover, they're scared that if they revealed themselves, we'd throw a conniption. Honestly, it's as if these aliens have never seen a single sci-fi show. We've been begging them to sort us out for many a year. You'll be wondering, though, about their technology. The aliens are light years ahead of us. And, apparently, a lot of the things we use today, we got from them. That's why it's called the Samsung Galaxy. Microchips and Kevlar vests are 2 of the other creations that, according to the serious Hellyer, came from outer spatial sources. We would get a lot more technology from them if we would go about it peacefully. Hellyer is concerned that we might truly need a Star Wars capability if we shoot down every UFO that comes into our airspace.
This has got to be a piss take, surely.
Yeah, of course. It's playing down what he's saying.
Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a typical debunker's use of ridicule. Because Paul Hellyer, I don't care what you say, he was Department of Defense. He was in a very responsible position for a long time, and he had plenty of good contacts. So to dismiss what he's saying out of hand, down to an article like this, which is clearly there to debunk, using ridicule. If you can't attack the data, attack the witnesses. And this is what this is doing.
Yeah, this is not.
And
this is
you
not.
can recognise it.
This is all over the place, from 2 to 12 and now 80. So if he had access to official reports, he would know exactly how many species were known and what the names were. I would have thought,
I just need to pop to the toilet, Paul. I'm mute now.
It sounds like that's a bit of a piss take, and maybe I can't trust what that is. But it's 80 there, 57 for the other guy. 8 set of alien species was that one. So the greys, the reptoids, the blues, not the blue chicken, is it? Corey Good nonsense. Chupacabras. I wouldn't have thought they were alien species. Probably some experiment gone wrong. What else we got? Aggarians. I'm not sure if that said right. Alpha Draconians. Altarians. That sounds like Star Trek now. Amphibians. Under the sea, I guess. The Anakin. Antarcticans. Living in the caves there in the ice, I guess. Nazi scientists. Yeah, so I'm not sure this is serious at all, but there's certainly a lot of words there written for it. This goes on and on here. Dracoborgs. That sounds like Star Trek. Cybernetic forms controlled by reptilian entities. Dwarfs. No, that's a banned word now, surely. Diminutive humans who have allegedly been encountered in or near caverns. That sounds like the goblins. Eva Borgs. Sounds like something from that new Picard Star Trek series. Like this goes on and on. Alright. Greys at the very bottom. The Greens. Humans of normal size yet who possess an olive green skin colour. They claim to be from a subterranean thing. That's like the Green People episode I have.
Yeah, that's hold on, let me unmute.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now, Paul?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, that underground cavern stuff, that first appeared in Fate magazine during like the 40s, you know. So I don't really know what to make of that, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the list was a wee bit hilarious, really, but yeah,
I know.
All these strange names they got. But I'm not sure how many was there. The blues, I guess, was the blue chickens, right? I don't know.
No. The blue chickens only came out with that idiot Codgy Good, didn't they?
Yeah, I know, but
they were actually the blue avians.
So we got the blues, the greens, and the greys.
They looked like chickens on steroids.
Yeah. Anyway,
chickens and muscle.
What was coming next? There was another thing we're going to cover. We're coming up to 3 hours.
Well, no. I mean, we haven't even covered Earl's article on.
Oh right, no.
With Los Angeles yet.
We got this last bit here too.
Okay.
Reverse engineering. I'm not sure if it's going to be, but we can skip some of this probably.
Reverse engineering and opportunistic analysis of reactions might the accounts of the downed UFOs in Missouri and Sonora be genuine? Did the US military manage to reverse engineer this recovered technology? Might the sighting and the incident that followed have been a test flight of the US military? Remember, some radar operators insist they would receive instructions to expect an incoming target. This, before they first picked up the strange object approaching the California coastline. Is it possible that this expected target was a repair disk from a previous and genuine UFO crash now under testing by US military personnel? It is, admittedly, a highly unlikely notion. Not so much that such alien crafts would crash at these various locations around the United States, but that our scientists would have been able to reverse engineer something so technologically advanced so quickly. Although the technological revolution was just around the corner following the end of the Second World War. Perhaps, then, we should give such scientists more credit. As an afterthought, maybe the public's reaction to such an otherworldly craft is key. Perhaps the situation would offer the United States insight into how they could use it to their advantage. It is certainly a possibility, especially given everything we now know regarding UFO encounters from the late 1942 onwards. Might the public's reaction offer the US military insight in how to handle any future such episodes? Or perhaps the incident was a secret military experiment, and the insight was in how the public instead would seek an otherworldly explanation. So leaving such military action unexposed and unaccountable, the video below goes over the incident.
Looks like I missed something in the side chat there. How's it?
Right there. Let's have a look.
Susan sorted it out. I missed something
Okay.
interesting, did I? Someone insulted me, was it? Or what? Talking crazy stuff. Like some of these articles.
I think promoting, that's all.
Alright.
Whatever. Anyway.
So we'll just keep on reading this chunk out.
A much darker goal. The way the military would act and the initial information they shared with the press is interesting. Perhaps a forerunner to how the eventual Roswell incident would unfold. For example, the initial press reports were relatively full of detail. The very few that followed weren't. Then, reports seemed to die down altogether, almost unnaturally so. They would claim there was no credibility in the witness statements. It is very likely that many people would contact the press with all manner of wild tales, whether for a little attention and possibly monetary reward. It would appear an overreaction, to say the least, to simply drop the story altogether, however. In fact, it simply doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, considering the fact that the United States was officially at war, they would receive instructions to do so. Perhaps the military, and even, in turn, the US government were using the incident to their own ends. Maybe they manufactured it and it was indeed a false flag. Or maybe they were completely off guard to an unknown enemy. It was very much in their interests, though, to have the public suspect the Japanese were behind the attack. And the general fear in the populace of another similar encounter did nothing to hurt their cause. At the time of the incident, the heavily controversial, even then, Executive Order 9606 was racing its way through the significant legal channels. An order that would relocate Japanese American citizens and Japanese immigrants alike. Essentially, it was an internment order which would send such people to nothing more than concentration camps. Many people saw the order as a form of ethnic cleansing. To some, having the public fear such Japanese attacks would perhaps calm this resistance somewhat. California's long supernatural history, or maybe the answer is more supernatural. The event that is the Battle of Los Angeles certainly stands on its own as a unique event. However, the state of California is a hotbed of intriguing, fascinating, and chilling activity. And what's more, it goes back hundreds, possibly thousands of years. With that in mind, might the alleged sighting of Los Angeles have been just one of those strange anomalous experiences? One that has plagued the area for eons and remains a mystery to all who study such events even today. Or might there be a connection to Mount Shasta, itself an ancient body that has all manner of strange accounts to its name, including that it hosts within its bowels an alien base that stretches underground for all miles around, and that somewhere above its majestic peak, a portal exists where such cosmic craft come and go from the Earth.
So
Interestingly enough, U.S. Navy records a tracking of an unidentified craft moving into the Santa Monica mountain range on the 25th of February. It had arrived from the north, coincidentally enough where Mount Shasta resides. Sightings of strange lights and orbs are common in and around the area of the ancient and enchanting mountain. Many Native American tribes have lived in the area for hundreds of years. They state that a network of caves and tunnels lead to the inner Earth. Check out the short video below. It is from 2013 and claims to show a UFO leaving the planet via a portal contained within a vortex. If this footage is genuine, might it suggest that what eventually drew the gunfire of the US military in February 1942 had indeed originated from the same type of portal in the same location?
Yeah, so we've got a video.
Yeah. I mean, this seems to be an awful lot of psychobabble involved there, doesn't there?
I don't know what video we're looking at here, though. Oh, it's creepy music.
Yeah, I know.
Typical. Disclosure group. If we can believe any footage. So what are we looking at? So where's this portal? Was that the one I looked at last year, was it? It turned out to be like a bird or something going into a cloud.
Yeah, I don't put much faith in that, to be honest.
So what are they saying? It's a portal. Kind of looks like a cloud to me.
And that's what I was thinking.
Is it just an image? Oh, that one there.
No,
That looks like a water droplet on the lens of the camera.
It's either that or it's photoshopped.
There was... looks like a bead of water on the lens. Rain droplet.
Yeah, it could well be.
But on a window, not actual camera lens, I'd say. Because it would be out of focus. See how crisp that is there?
Yeah.
That actually looks like it's closer to the camera than the tree is.
Yeah, exactly.
So what are they trying to say? There's a hole in the atmosphere where the portal is. Yeah. Again, that one kind of looks like...
It looks fake as hell.
That one looks fake, yeah. And that one could have been photoshopped. Maybe it started off as a water droplet and they sort of modified it in the editor, right? Yeah, it wouldn't be like a UFO coming out of a little hole like that, right? I think it would be like a burst of light, that it would form into a shape. Myself would be a portal, energy transforming into a solid object again. What a total cobblers that is. Anyway, we got another bit here, and we're finished with it.
A reaction undertaken by a minuscule percent of the population. Like many of the cases we examine, that something significant took place between 2 a.m. and 7 a.m. on the 25th of February 1942 is without question. Was it a military exercise that broke down among confusion and panic, so resulting in the unfortunate deaths of several Los Angeles residents? Or might it be one of many coldly calculated events to bring forth such measures as Executive 9606? Not to mention to drum up and maintain support for the United States entry into another war in Europe. It is a rather blunt accusation, but certainly not one without merit, and not one that requires too much of a stretch of the imagination. Or was there indeed a UFO, a craft from another world, hovering over human civilization, while it fired their comparatively primitive weapons at them in a blind panic? The US military, although far from the slick machine-like operation it is today, was still one of the world's best. Perhaps there was the realization that humanity was simply ill-prepared, and no match for such cosmic visitors. Maybe this is the reason for the plethora of cover stories, denials, and general disinformation, all of which has polluted the UFO subject for decades. Might this event even be the first time in the contemporary era such cosmic visitors were visible? If that is the case, what might the consequences be of our collective and aggressive reaction? A reaction undertaken by a minuscule percent of the planet's population, and authorized by an even tinier percent of that. That thought alone, in whatever walk of modern life, should be sobering enough. The video below is one of many available looking at the Battle of Los Angeles.
Yeah, there's going to be lots of those videos out there.
Yeah, but hold on a minute now. If this is the one that I've seen, this is the original witnesses. It's we can't look at it now because I think, Paul, if you just start to play it, you'll find it's over an hour long.
And the word publishing there sort of gets
yeah, disclaimer.
Yeah, 1.5
yeah,
hours.
that's the one.
Yeah,
that's the one. So, but if you do get time, guys, have a look at that. I think it's Littleton, who was one of the original witnesses at the Battle of Los Angeles, and he's taken a pretty deep dive into it. Or was that Bob Marler?
David Marler.
Oh, David Marley, yeah, of course, yeah, and he's the book who wrote about the black triangles.
I thought his
What
name
article are we on now? For God's sakes,
UFO Insight website we're looking at.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. But yeah. Anyway, he's always worth listening to him, Bob Marley.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably the best one we got there was talking about the orange thing and saw it being hit.
Yeah, Littleton, yeah.
So we got a map of the movement of this object.
Yeah, it was all over the place.
Yeah. So it coming off the sea or what?
No, it seems to be leaving off the sea.
Yeah, it must have
I
come.
know it disappeared off the coast.
So what's the blue arrows here? I can't quite see what it says. Green, guns fired.
Yeah, I don't see it on my end, but you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because the arrow's going this way. And the blue arrows are going this way. So what's the red arrows going this way? Kind of doesn't make sense. I thought it might have come in there and went out there, which would make sense, wouldn't it? But the arrows are going against each other. I don't understand that. But anyway,
second flight path, but it's not given as a color coordinated. It's difficult to understand.
Life magazine, international news. So what's that talking about there? Taken that morning. So we've got two photographs, is what they're saying. Is it from two different reporters?
Yeah. These are the genuine, but these are the non-enhanced.
So it looks like they're not even sure where they're aiming the lights here, though, on that location, if that's correct. There's the one we're seeing here. So it's cropped there normally, isn't it? We don't see all these other lights. Kind of weird. Does that suggest there was two objects? Maybe. So let's just carry on for it. So what's that one talking about? What's that say there? TV series. Notch pattern is not typical of LA Times. So what they're saying there? Original negative viewed as a positive. So they're saying the photos were swapped there, are they? And they're creating a new conspiracy. I suppose you're going to have to watch it to find out. Okay, who's that expert from Skype video? Or excerpts.
Well, I mean, you can either watch it or you're not, Paul. You can't. You know, it's one of those. It's messing about, skipping.
Oh, we're looking at the slides. Photograph it. So we're seeing that one of the object being pulled out. It looks like they removed the beams, but pretty much from the photograph there. I probably could do that through the software too. Okay, so what's that saying about the skeptics? Skeptics are saying it's silly. We're talking about a case where there are no surviving witnesses. Everybody's died now, have they? Okay.
I'm not really sure because one of them was alive in 2010, and he done a presentation at a conference, and I think he was age 72 or 74 at the time. But he'd done a pretty good job.
Mm. We have balloons. Or barrage balloon, and newspaper articles there. Yeah, so yeah, looks like you'd have to sort of go through and watch that for an hour and a half. But yeah, we sort of got an idea there. So what was the next thing we're going to put up?
Well,
Earl's one, you said, was it?
yeah, it's, well, Earl contributed to it, yes.
Oh, you better get it up there. The tickers are not working again, by the way. Looks like Google have turned it off. They must be updating the API, I reckon. It's probably what's happening.
Oh, so this is only 2 watching.
Yep. So what's the time? Should be evening. I think there's something on TV though. There's some show on. Is it Walking Dead? Walking Dead and something else. And probably sports as well, is it?
I have no idea, Paul. I don't have anything to do with that.
Oh, you'll be surprised. People will come away from us and come back to it and watch it later if it conflicts with some show they want to watch on TV with their girlfriends or whatever. But yeah. Well,
so YouTube saying 6 watching and Jitsi saying 2 watching. So I haven't got a clue.
There is 2 watching, but the counters are down. That's what I said. But I won't close them. Copy link. So what do we got from this one here? MUFON. It's taking ages to load. Surprise, surprise. Okay.
But Earl's, if you look down the side, you'll see Earl's in the credits here.
Did he correct the mistake?
No. They've given the wrong date. They've put 1947 up.
Yeah, they haven't corrected that still. Curfews. And it's got that 9-year-old balloon, one which I've debunked as a ad balloon coming down at the end here. So he's put that there as an example of a object of a like a LA type ship coming down. So you can see the angle of it doesn't look like a UFO to me.
Yeah, look, Paul. This has got nothing to do with the case, has it?
Yeah, that's on the end of the article. So, but I did actually look at that in more detail, and I determined it to be an ad balloon on that one.
Yeah, well, you do your debunks when you do your debunks, but come on, when I come on, can we do the UFO stuff, please?
Well, this is part of the LA story. I'll put that at the end there, so I thought I'd mention it.
Okay.
But the debunk for it was let's see, blimp probably. The thing that was really interesting is that they wouldn't release the case at MUFON because I think that in the end they were a wee bit embarrassed by it. Yeah, it's not coming up for blimp, probably MUFON.
Paul, just move on, mate.
Yeah, I'll get reading it out and I'll go and search, shall I? I know you're tired and I'm tired too.
I'm not tired at all, Paul.
In the
Well, I
pre-dawn
am.
hours of February the
Oh,
25th,
UFO.
1947, between 3:12 and 4:15 a.m., the morning silence was broken by the sound of air raid sirens and artillery fire as the 37th Coast Artillery Brigade in Los Angeles, California, opened fire on an unknown object that was silently floating over the Santa Monica Mountains. By the time the firing stopped, over 1,400 artillery rounds had been fired with seemingly no effect on whatever object was seen in the early morning skies. A now famous photo published the next day in the Los Angeles Times shows the convergence of the air raid searchlights on an apparently disc-shaped object, while artillery rounds are exploding around it to no effect. There are many different accounts of what was actually seen in the sky that morning, ranging from some witnesses that swear they actually could see airplanes, to some witnesses that say they saw something resembling a balloon, to other witnesses who say they actually saw a disc-shaped craft fly directly over their heads. To properly understand the level of anxiety that permeated this event, it is
It's pretty a summary of what we already looked at, though.
Well, you want
perhaps
me
helpful to look at the preceding days that led up to it. On December the 7th, 1941, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and the United States was thrust wholeheartedly into World War II. The whole country was on heightened alert and still reeling from the massive attack when another event occurred just 2 months later. Around 7 p.m. on February the 23rd, 1942, a Japanese submarine, I-17 captained by Commander Kozo Nishino, surfaced just offshore opposite the Elwood oil field near Santa Barbara, California. 15 minutes later, the crew opened fire using the sub's deck gun, aiming for the rich field oil storage tanks. The shells missed their intended target and only destroyed an oil derrick and a pump house, while the Elwood Pier and a catwalk only suffered minor damage. Japanese Coast Guard depicting the shelling of the Elwood refinery. After 20 minutes, the sub ceased firing and sailed away. Estimates are that it fired between 12-25 explosive shells. Although only causing light damage, Nishino achieved his goal of spreading fear along the American West Coast. Sadly, one result of this attack was the internment of Japanese American citizens. The other obvious result is the fact that all residents of Southern California were now on hypervigilant alert for any activity out of the normal. Curfews and blackouts were under order at the time when, in the early morning hours of February the 25th, the mysterious craft was spotted. According to the History.com website, it all started when Naval Intelligence instructed units on the California coast to steel themselves for a potential Japanese attack. All remained calm for the next few hours, but shortly after 2 a.m. on February the 25th, military radar picked up what appeared to be an enemy contact some 120 miles west of Los Angeles. Air raid sirens sounded and a citywide blackout was put into effect. Within minutes, troops had manned anti-aircraft guns and begun sweeping the skies with searchlights. Although over 1,400 artillery shells and thousands of .50 caliber rounds were fired at the object, the only known damage was on the ground. As daylight dawned the next day, the effects of the barrage became apparent when reports of shrapnel damage came flooding in.
Okay.
So you see, this is an intriguing part of the case now. And this mentions the radar data as well. I mean, you're just looking at the aftermath there, Paul, those pictures.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's
I don't really know why the hell you're looking at that, because you should be reading out the text and focusing on the case, Paul.
I am, and part of the case is a 9-year-old witness recording a UFO in LA, which is part of the case. So that's why I'll put it there. To celebrate one of their best cases, which turned out to be pile of rubbish. But anyway.
Hold on, what case turned out to be a pile of rubbish?
The 9-year-old video case, which turned out to be an ad balloon, a blimp in LA airport, near LA airport. That's what Mick West and I figured out anyway. But
Oh, so you and Mick West did actually try and debunk this
no.
case, which you denied earlier.
No. Debunked that MUFON case here that one of the investigators said was a UFO, which we configured that it wasn't, and I got it in the episode.
Okay,
People
so
can go
that's
and
what
watch
you-
it, and
That's what you were talking about the whole
and
time.
they
then,
wouldn't
which-
they wouldn't release this video of this LA blimp UFO, which they put in the magazine, and also did a symposium on it. And a lot of people questioned it, saying that the tear shape looks really similar to a blimp.
Mhm.
And are you sure it wasn't an advertising toy or blimp or whatever? And of course, obviously, it's going to be, isn't it? Because you can see the angle of it's being pulled down in the day when the sun's been coming down, and it was illuminating it. So yeah, it'll put that on the end of the case, or MUFON did, as one of their best cases. Which was a load of rubbish, is what I'm saying. But the investigator believes it's a real UFO. So yeah, and so did the 9-year-old girl, of course. But you could see it was going behind the buildings there.
I don't know, I'm getting dizzy. You're going up and down that flaming page like no man's business. There's no linear fashion at all to this.
Yeah.
I don't know what the viewer thinks. They probably think we're a pair of imbeciles.
Well, only just you, though. Only you. But
Yeah,
anyway.
no, I don't think so, mate.
So what do you want to go through now?
Oh, just forget about it. Let's move on to a new fucking case, for fuck's sakes.
Maybe we should end the stream if you're going to start swearing. Because I'm tired, and I'm tired of arguing with you. I'm tired of arguing with you, mate. You didn't understand what I said. There's a MUFON.
Look, the next case is in your country, okay? Well, you claimed nothing happened.
Is it a part of this one, or could it be appended to another case? Because we're up to 3.5 hours. Well, 3.25 hours at the moment.
We shouldn't have gone that long.
Well, we don't know how long it's going to take, but
nah, I think it's only one article.
Okay, well, just put it up there then. Because you didn't understand what I was trying to say. That was Ill's case from MUFON, and it was on their website. And they added a MUFON case of one of their best cases of a blimp that was over LA. And they were saying it was a UFO. The investigators said it was a UFO, and I say otherwise. Because a UFO doesn't seem to go down on an angle like it's being pulled down by cable behind a building. It's just crazy.
No, that's the thing I was saying to you about Mick West, and you denied our knowledge of it. No,
Mick West talked about that 9-year-old witness case from last year, not 1942.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Why did you address that case that wasn't 1942 when we were looking at the Battle of Los Angeles?
Because it was added as an example of other blimps over LA on the MUFON database for that article.
Right. Okay, but my suggestion is complete the case that we're looking at.
Well, we did.
Look at that.
We did. That ill one was a summary of all. Was there anything new in that article?
I don't think there was.
No, apart from that 9-year-old witness videos was what I'm saying. That's why I went straight down to the bottom. To point.
Yeah, but you asked me to use Earl's article, so I did.
Yeah, and I went to the bottom of it to show the case of that video, which they wouldn't release. So I only played half of the video on. The guy kept it open for many, many months and wouldn't release it. Maybe because he was scared that it was going to get debunked by people like me out there. But yeah, it's on the article anyway. It was published in the magazine in the episode that I posted. So yeah, we got another link. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I've talked about this one before, but I actually got a article on New Zealand cases written by a local writer that I was working through, and it looks very similar. So I'll have a look after. I was meant to go through and complete the rest of those ones, but because of their FOIA requests are all over the place, so they're not in any logical order of date. And yeah,
but you know, this one actually has police records.
Eileen Moreland went out to milk the cows one morning in the South Island town of Blenheim in 1959. She returned home about 80 minutes later with an extraordinary story.
Blemin,
"You may think I'm mad," she told police, "but I saw a flying saucer about 5:40 a.m. this morning." She claimed a large craft descended from the sky and hovered above her. Her statement was full of astonishing detail. She saw two men inside the craft wearing silver spacesuits. One of them was missing his left hand. Local Air Force officials took her claim seriously. They assigned an investigator who interviewed Moreland and found her to be credible. And they found others in Blenheim who had seen similar lights. Her story felt like a modern New Zealand myth. Like all myths, it expressed the peculiar anxieties of its time. Her story chimed with Cold War paranoia, atomic fears and worries over the accelerating technology of 1950s New Zealand. Understanding her story could reveal something about a strange moment in New Zealand history. It also exposed how the military would like to keep her story secret in the decades that followed. What had Moreland seen? What had happened to her since? Was she still alive? Could she cast new light on her story? After decades of secrecy, this is her story.
Yeah, obviously it's in the video. Lemon 1950.
It's amazing how these British names are so prominent in so many other Western countries, isn't there? Or English-speaking countries, I should say.
Blenheim was booming. The farming town had doubled from about 6,000 people in 1945 to 12,000 in 1961. The Moreland family was part of that population boom. Moreland, her husband Frederick, and their 5 children had moved to the town by 1943.
Ended it quick.
It's not such a long article, you know.
Yeah, it's got pictures in between.
Absolutely.
They purchased a 9-acre farm on the corner of Old Renwick Road and Coleman's Road in the western suburb of Springlands in the mid-1950s. They lived in a modest white wooden house with a red tin roof and a brick chimney. Fruit trees were largely cleared to create 2 paddocks for some Ayrshire dairy cows and a few sheep. Moreland used to show the cows at local events.
So it looks like New Zealand.
On the morning of July the 13th, 1959, Moreland was 42 and had been married for 19 years. Her children ranged in age from preschool to late teens. She was tall and wiry, with short, brown curly hair and pronounced eyebrows. She set out to milk the cows at 5:30 a.m. It was normal for her to be up so early. She was a hard-working woman. As well as running dairy cows, she also held down a few other jobs. Locals would turn to her for advice if their cows were unwell. She was a nurse aide at the local Lister hospital. Her husband worked as a patrolman at Woodbourne Air Base about 6 kilometers from their home. Moreland had also worked there occasionally.
Oh no. Mr. Spock is leaving the building.
The airbase was one of the largest businesses in Blenheim by the end of the 1950s and was an integral part of the small community. Surplus planes were sold cheaply to locals by the Air Force after World War II. They were repurposed as children's playhouses, or their parts were used for washing lines. Moreland's hobby was reading. When she wasn't working, she was a great reader, said Donald Parker, when interviewed before his death in 2017. Parker married Moreland's eldest daughter in 1967. She would read until 2 o'clock in the morning. This chilly morning was routine. Moreland reached the cowshed, turned on the lights and radio, grabbed her torch and set off across the paddock. Over the next few decades, she would tell journalists, researchers and Air Force officials about what happened in the next 80 minutes. Here is what she claimed.
Here we go.
Halfway across the paddock, she saw a strange green glow through the low clouds. The green glow broke through the cloud cover and became two lights, like eyes or big lamps. Everything was bathed in an eerie light that overwhelmed her torch. It was a horrid sort of color, she later told a journalist. My first thought was I shouldn't be here, and I made a dive for the trees. From her hiding place among a shelter belt of pine trees, she looked up. It was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. A circular craft about 9 meters wide and with a curved glass cockpit silently descended towards her. 2 shafts of green light beamed down from its underside. 2 rows of small, orange jets shot outwards like spokes from the rim of the disk. The craft suddenly stopped descending and began to hover about 4.5 meters from the ground. The jets disappeared and then reappeared, pointing sideways in 2 rows. The top row span clockwise very fast, while the bottom row moved in the opposite direction, trailing orange flames. The air on this cold July morning became warm, and she noticed a low hum. She was scared stiff, but curious and enchanted by the lights. It was an image she could still recall in detail decades later. It was just imprinted indelibly on my mind. I just took it in. I saw everything in those few minutes.
Okay.
So it's a hell of a case, you know.
Minutes. So where do we get to on this one here? Right. So we're getting into the spaceman. A little green man.
Inside the curved glass cockpit, she could see 2 figures wearing shiny silver suits and helmets. The suits were tight like a wetsuit and looked like they were made of aluminium foil. The men were seated one in front of the other. Both had their backs to her. A flickering light shone up from below them, reflecting off their suits. Then one of the silver-suited men emerged from the craft and walked towards her. She could see his face through a small visor in the helmet. He was wearing a wide belt with a black disc at the center. He had a harness on his chest that held a small dial and a series of tubes coming out of the helmet. His left hand was missing and was encased in a dark sheath. Then he shouted at her in a foreign language she did not recognize. He retreated back to the craft and got back on board. After a few moments, the jet started shooting out from the craft again. It tilted at an angle and then shot up into the sky at great speed. As it retreated behind the clouds, it made a soft, high-pitched whine. Then she was alone, standing in a waft of hot peppery air. She was relieved that the attracting power of the green lights had gone, but didn't know what to do next. Eventually, she finished milking the cows. While I was milking, I kept wondering and felt a bit shaken and puzzled, and did not quite know what to do about it. She returned to the house and woke her husband Frederick to tell him what she had seen. She feared he would laugh at her, but he took her seriously and asked if she had called the police. She rang the police at 7 a.m.
Kind of looks very human-like for alien.
Yeah, but why would a human be wearing a silver suit and some kind of oxygen equipment? Yes, it does. In that depiction, it does look very much human, doesn't it? But of course,
here's the reports. I'm pretty sure I got all these reports too.
Yeah. But it was taken seriously, you know, Paul.
Investigation. So here's a picture that she probably drew. And definitely looks like it's similar to that artist one above.
Yeah.
So where can we read it from? Don't think we can read that, no.
No, I don't think we can. If you leave it there, I'll read it out for you.
Perhaps it says down here anyway, does it? Oh no, it's just little pictures now, is it? Oh no. No, it looks like it's just. I think it is pictures. Oh, hang on, no, it goes on here. Pictures with things underneath, little bits. So, yeah, you want to read out that, do you?
Yeah, sure. If you can scroll to the top there. Received by Constable Ribbons CJV. You may think that I'm mad, but I saw a flying saucer about 5:40 a.m. this morning. I was walking from the house to the cowshed, and when going across the paddock, I noticed a green glow in the cloud. And then all at once, a round thing came down into view with two green lights pointing to the ground. So you're not little green men, Paul. I could see a light greenish glow on the ground and around the edge of what appeared to be something like two elevator belts. One going one way, low enough for me to see, coming along. Whoa, I can't read that. Cowling affair, and okay, let's go back to that. Green glow on the ground, and around the edge was that what appeared to be something like two elevator belts, one going one way and one the other. As it came down, it was just low enough for me to see a long cowling affair, and there were two men in it, and one stood up and leaned forward, and I could see as she leaned over something that he was silvery coloured and he was shone all over. Okay, you scroll up a little, Paul. I've told my husband, but he thinks I'm drunk. And by the way, it left a smell just like pepper. Well, that's how I can describe it. And as it left, it made a high-pitched whine noise. It was about 30 feet across, and when I saw it, it was above my head and to one side. And I did notice that there were some sparks flying also as it left. Sounds a little bit man-made, doesn't it? We can't be sure.
Or some elaborate hoax of some kind, maybe to prank her. But who knows? Commandant officer. What's that one? Those ones here, I suppose. What do we got here?
Yeah, Force Marshal FM Calder makes commendations to. I've lost the text now.
Okay, so we got some more readout here. So
okay,
we'll just select it and just scroll the images as it's reading. It's probably the easiest.
Gainsford found Moreland calm and rational. Local police told him she was single quote, a rational and stable person from their personal knowledge of her when she was of assistance to them on another matter. He also found a second witness. A local farmer called Roy Holdaway, who lived about 7 kilometers from Moreland's house, saw a bright light in the sky about 30 minutes before Moreland's sighting. Roy Holdaway, who saw a bright light in the sky about 30 minutes before Moreland's sighting. Roy Holdaway's family farm on Dillon's Point Road in Islington, east of Linheim city centre in 2017. The claim attracted publicity. Moreland gave an extensive interview to the Nelson Evening Mail about her sighting. On July the 22nd, the paper ran a story under the headline, "Went to milk cows. This is what Blenheim woman said she saw." The Nelson Evening Mail ran a story about Moreland's claims on July the 22nd, 1959. But Moreland did not tell the journalist about the one-handed man emerging from the craft. For now, she kept that detail to herself. Moreland was not alone in claiming to see lights in the sky in 1950s New Zealand. Newspapers were filled with people adamant they had seen unusual craft. Each witness saw different shaped objects in the sky. One was shaped like a rolled-up newspaper. There was a lizard, a stingray, a horseshoe, a silver cigar, or a flying barrel. Many claimed to see balls of light traveling through the night sky. Some were green, others were orange or red. Some described their sightings with a new term recently imported from the United States.
Yeah, it's multi-witness.
Where did we get down to? The green, right and right. Yeah, multiple witnesses, but not of the man though.
No.
Just the light in the sky.
I think it was just her that seen the occupants.
The New Zealand Air Force was curious about the sightings and wanted to find out what was happening in their airspace. In 1952, Air Force Sergeant Harold Fulton established the Civilian Saucer Investigation to prove or disprove the existence of flying saucers. He claimed to have 350 members in 1956, including one former MP, and had logged 700 sightings by 1957. In 1953, the Air Force's Director of Intelligence paid 5 shillings to subscribe to Fulton's quarterly UFO newsletter. "The reports of your society I read with interest," he wrote. In 1956, Civil Aviation Minister Thomas Shand believed the subject of flying saucers always appears to present a new aspect full of interest and mystery. The Air Force took Moreland's claim seriously enough to appoint Flight Lieutenant Charles Milford Jennings to investigate. Charles Jennings in the 1940s. He was a good choice. The 34-year-old had been in the Air Force for 16 years and was a decorated officer. He was awarded the British Empire Medal in 1953 for working 72 hours straight repairing planes during World War II. He went to England to personally receive his honour from the Queen.
Okay, so where did we get down to? The Queen was here somewhere, was it? Yeah, okay, so...
Yeah, so you need to go from underneath that document. Documents.
Well, yeah, there's a few there. And we might have a load chunk of raw, a lot. No, that'll do. See how that gets us.
Jennings began as an instrument fitter for the Air Force and was now in charge of instruments and electrics on all aircraft at Woodbourne. He was a North Island boy, born in Retenero, who had moved from Auckland to Woodbourne with his wife and 3 children in May that year. He had spent 5 months in Woodbourne the year before. Jennings looked like a classic Air Force officer with his dashing looks, slicked back hair and light brown eyes. He was curious about the rash of sightings, but wanted to apply scientific rigor to the subject. His son, Lee Jennings, remembers his father as practical, but open-minded. He was a technical person, and to do that you have to use logic to work things through, he says. But, at the same time, he was particularly open-minded, especially for his generation. He did a bit of yoga here and there. He cooked from time to time. This was at a time when men didn't really go into the kitchen. He was also a hobbyist writer and painted abstract oil paintings that still hang on his children's walls. His oldest son, Wayne Jennings, remembers how his father approached problems. Agnostic was his basic stance on life. Give me the evidence and I will tell you what I think. He had a real scientist's mind. He used to say that there is nothing more exciting in life than being on the cutting edge of knowledge. Something like a UFO wasn't going to completely and utterly bamboozle him. But Jennings was skeptical about people who believed the rash of sightings were proof of alien life. He dismissed the Civilian Saucer Investigation Group as unscientific. Its publications fall far short of scientific investigation. Because of far too much emotive language and potted thinking, he wrote in his investigation file. He would prove his objective approach 2 years later when he investigated another sighting. In June 1961, a pilot at Woodbound claimed to see a bright opalescent green disk in the sky and felt a pain in his eyes afterwards. Jennings solved the puzzle. The pilot had an eye infection. Advertisement, but the Moreland case was tougher. Gainsford later wrote that Jennings took the case seriously. Jennings has spent considerable private time on this matter. He is prepared to turn out at any hour of the day or night to personally investigate further incidents. His son, Wayne Jennings, said his father spent a lot of time on the case. He must have spent quite a long time interviewing Moreland because my mother was very suspicious of their relationship. His investigation was colored by the anxieties of 1950s New Zealand. Cold War paranoia, nuclear fears and worries over new technology all played a role in his inquiries. In 1954, the director of Wellington's Carter Observatory, Ivan Lamson, neatly summarized the way these fears affected thinking about flying saucers. In a world frightened by atomic bombs, amazed by phenomenal aircraft performances, becoming used to thoughts of space travel, and living in part in an atmosphere of comic strip nonsense, the alleged flying saucer phenomena have developed a form of mass hysteria.
Russia with atomic saucers. Well, I'm pretty sure they probably were experimenting with that, same as Americans were. It's a form of energy.
Yeah, sure.
That could power probably jet engines.
You know, I don't know. I think if you're using a fusion reactor in anything, any kind of aircraft, and it came down, well, that's not going to go very well to the public, is it?
Well, they're not going to tell the public. That's what's top secret. But I think it's a Daytop Pass incident is suggested. Said that was probably a fission reactor experimental plane that went wrong, or rocket.
But that doesn't explain the injuries either.
Not the stupid Avro car again. That's just nothing.
Yeah, for God's sake, the thing had to be tethered down.
But I was just looking at the map here of New Zealand, in case you don't know where New Zealand is. But there it is. You can see that we're right on fault lines everywhere here. That's where we get a lot of big earthquakes down here. And there's Australia over there, who don't get earthquakes, oddly enough, because they're not near this fault line. But yeah, if you look here where the Koikora lights were, it's not too far away from this sighting. Koikora's there, and it's right along all this fault line here. And when the earthquake happened, what was it, a couple of years ago now, was it? It actually rose the seabed level by 1.5 meters, and they had to rescue all the sea life around the edge, put it back in the sea.
Yeah, 1.5 meters don't sound a lot, but it's actually a hell of a lot.
Yeah, and of course the road runs right along the coastline here to Christchurch.
And you got flooding and all sorts.
So I'm down here somewhere, and yeah, all these mountain passes, all the rocks would come down and block the roads for a long time. But yeah, Picton, Lemon Picton, is it? Where is Picton? Here. Nelson's a nicer area around here. Nice calm waters there because it's in the bay there. Fishing, but you can get the boat across from here, Lemon, across to Wellington. What they were saying. But yeah, UFO sightings there, and also up here where you got White Island, Bay of Plenty. Where's White Island?
So are you associating the fault lines with UFO sightings, because you wouldn't be the first?
Yeah, air flights and all that. My mate was down near Huntington apparently Kaikoura in the valleys here. And he said that a UFO sphere light come zigzagging down the valley that they were hunting in, and all the creatures went quiet in the forest. And as soon as the light disappeared, all the creatures come alive again. Birds and whatnot, crickets or whatever.
Oh, I don't know. That doesn't sound like a fault line. That seems like a genuine UFO
Well, he
case.
thought it was probably a plasma ball from an Earthlight, because all the fault lines here. Plus, you got the fault lines running through the country itself as well, not just out to sea here.
Well, I've done some research on my sighting, and there's a fault line running right next to where I seen that happen. But the only thing that plasma ball, whatever it was, seemed to be under pretty intelligent control. And but that's the only logical thing that I can come up with, other than otherworldly,
I think that's White Island there, is it? Right. What's that one say? Montu Island. So where's White Island here? Another island. What's that one there? There's no name coming up. I thought White Island was in here. What's those ones? Now they got all these merry names here. Where's White Island? It looks like a volcano. One that exploded recently. I don't think it's up here. Is it? What's that one there called? Kaikoura Island up the top there. I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't know why I can't see White Island here. Let's type it up. Let's see. Where is it on the map? Further out to sea than I expected. Well, looks it. So that's that mass there. There we go. Now it's showing up. So yeah, if that explodes, how close is it to the bay? It's not that too far away, is it?
But again, now, Paul, you see, we've gone completely off the UFO case, haven't we?
Yeah, I'm just showing people where they were. Down here in Blumen. Did I read out that last chunk? I think I did. Okay. Not a lot of people know about
Jennings first interviewed Moreland 10 days after the sighting. He took along an audio oscillator machine, which could generate different musical tones, in order to find out the exact tone of the aircraft's engine. His summary of the interview is packed with details about the size and shape of the craft. The report notes the craft tilted at an angle of 15 degrees before it shot away and that it hummed at a frequency of 250 Hz. Moreland did not mention the one-handed man in her interview, and Jennings sensed she was holding something back. "Can I get more out of her?" he wrote in his notes. But he believed her account. Mrs. Moreland did not convey to me any impression of being excitable by nature. She was helpful and, I believe, quite honestly convinced that she did in fact see a craft, he wrote to Gainsford. Her statement stands up in all respects. The craft Moreland described would have been familiar to people in the 1950s. Flying saucers were a vivid part of the popular imagination from countless sightings and science fiction movies. Jennings even looked for possible new technologies similar to what Moreland had described. He kept a newspaper clipping in his file about 2 flying saucers being developed in the US and Britain. But the flying saucers were in fact early prototypes of the hovercraft, and only capable of very noisily hovering a few meters off the ground. But the idea that Moreland had seen some kind of experimental military aircraft was not outrageous. Anything seemed possible in the 1950s. The skies above New Zealand were filled for the first time with exotic new technology, capable of unprecedented speed and performance. In 1955, numerous people reported seeing strange flying pencils over the west coast of the South Island. It turned out they were the Air Force's new Vampire jets, screaming across the South Island sky.
I don't think so. But, it's funny how they blame these things on, Hollywood movies and the excitement they cause. And everyone's looking to the sky and reporting everything. They don't understand. Now, I think it was MUFON after Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which was 77, wasn't it? Or was it 78? I'm not sure. And they were expecting this big, huge increase in sighting reports. Well, the public aren't that stupid, because in fact, after the film Close Encounters, sightings actually went down. So you can't blame hysteria on, it's like saying now after Project Blue Book, this series is running now, there's going to be an increase in flying saucer reports. I think people are far too more concerned in looking into their own mobile phones and never even look up in the first place. No, I think that's a fallacy.
She said the craft shot away at a speed that would make a vampire look like it was standing still. In a further sign of his commitment to the case, one day Jennings took a Geiger counter to Moreland's paddock at 3 a.m. and waited there until dawn to see if he could detect anything. He was clearly troubled by the prospect that Moreland may have been exposed to radiation from the craft, especially since Moreland had developed physical symptoms after the sighting. The backs of her hands were painful. Blisters popped up like pimples on her hands, lower lip and back. If she scratched them, watery residue came out. Then more would come up. She had a painful swelling under her left eye, and a small patch, like a brown mole, appeared on her forehead. She did not want to consult a civilian doctor, and would only see Woodbourne's medical officer if the matter was kept highly confidential. The symptoms shown could of course be self-induced due to nervous strain, Gainsford wrote. The blisters and the mole faded after 6 months. The consequences of radiation exposure were well known to people living through the Cold War and the nuclear face-off between the US and Russia. Neville Shutt's novella The Beer was a bestseller in New Zealand and had vividly popularized the deadly consequences of a nuclear conflict. Kiwi soldiers had officially observed British and US nuclear tests from 1956 to 1958 in Australia, the Pacific and Nevada. Recently restored film of a US nuclear test witnessed by Kiwis at Inuit Atoll in 1958. Jennings wrote a report on the sighting claim which was sent to Squadron Leader James McClymont. He replied within the day, "Due to the absence of corroborative evidence, the report does not appear to warrant further action," he wrote. It seemed like the case was dead. But about a week later, the Marlborough Express ran 2 stories about locals seeing a green light in the sky at about 6:50 p.m. on August the 7th. The Marlborough Express ran 2 stories about local residents seeing a strange green light in the sky on August the 7th. The green light was seen by many people in Blenheim. Jennings tracked down 3 of the witnesses and interviewed them. A woman told him she was looking for her newspaper on the front lawn in the dark. Gradually I began to be able to see details around me more clearly. I noticed my paper, picked it up, and thought, "That's funny, where's the light coming from?" she told Jennings. So I looked up and saw a green ball of light. She said it was a bright, richly emerald green. I had the thing in view for several seconds and got the impression that it was tumbling over or spinning, but much faster than it was going along. An Air Force officer also saw a vivid green spot that lit up the ground so that I could see all the road.
So I've never seen any green lights in the sky in New Zealand myself.
No. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, Paul. It's because you haven't seen it.
Well, I'm saying that associated with planes, I've seen plenty of planes, and I haven't seen any green lights. So
No, you haven't seen any green lights.
So it makes it unusual, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I had the thing in view for several seconds and got the impression that it was tumbling over or spinning, but much faster than it was going along. An Air Force officer also saw a vivid green spot that lit up the ground so that I could see all the road. The object was rotating. It looked rather like a Catherine wheel firecracker when lit. I cannot really describe the green color, because it was unlike any other green I have seen. It was vivid indeed, though. It must have sounded familiar to Jennings. Then there was another break in the case. Moreland finally told Jennings about the man in the silver suit with one hand. A clipping from this Life magazine cover was in the Jennings investigation file. The silver suit Moreland described was a familiar symbol of the space age. In January 1958, about 18 months before Moreland's sighting, as test pilot Scott Crossfield appeared on the cover of Life magazine wearing a shiny silver pressure suit, helmet and black gloves. The suit was almost exactly the same as the one she described. Jennings kept a clipping of that Life magazine cover in his file. Moreland also told Jennings how the man shouted at her in a foreign language. Jennings thought it may have been Russian. The new details were taken seriously. The security classification on the sighting was raised from confidential to secret, meaning they felt it could raise international tensions. All communication about the sighting was handwritten to avoid typists reading the details. Moreland was told to keep her information to herself. Only 3 people knew about the man in the suit: Moreland, Jennings and Gainsford. The merest hint of Russian involvement was enough to prompt an urgent response. The Cold War fight against Russia was very real in 1950s New Zealand. Kiwi soldiers fought in the American War against communist insurgents in Malaya from 1956 to 1960, with 15 losing their lives. The chill of the Cold War was also felt in Blenheim. Long-range Canberra bombers, purchased to make sure New Zealand was ready to fight a possible war against communist China, were serviced at Woodbourne. The CIA's secret airline had also operated from Woodbourne in 1951. Britain's long-range nuclear bomber, the Avro Vulcan, landed at Woodbourne Air Base in 1956 for the locals to have a look.
That's Woodbourne. That's down south of me here, where I'm located in South Island. We could probably put it up on the map, actually.
There's one thing you missed there if you scroll up to the documents, you know.
What did I miss?
You were more interested in the images than you were the documents. See, I'm a document person. That's a newspaper clipping. Scroll up again. It's a newspaper clipping as well.
I'm not sure where you want me to go.
Yeah, I don't know. You've lost it now.
I know you're a couple of seconds behind, but it shouldn't be that bad. Woodbourne, Woodbourne. Where's the plus thing gone? It's normally a plus here. Where's that disappear to now? Remember, you used to be able to add more locations on. I'll just start again. Woodbourne, New Zealand. So it's saying that it's there we go. So don't tell me it's in UK as well. Yeah, that's south of us. Haven't seen it from the air actually. Didn't realise it was that big. Now you can see where I live, it's all paddocks.
Yeah, but you see, it was classified as top secret. Yeah, and you can even see the
oh, yes. Actually, that's not the Woodbourne down near us. That's the one up the top. Maybe it's spelled different. There's another
Yeah, but
Air
you
Force.
see the if you look back at the actual the military documents, it's classified top secret confidential.
Yeah, there's a wood burn down south here, and there's a wood burn up there. Obviously, I didn't even know that. But anyway, spelt differently, I think. Military as well. So where did we get to? I scrolled up now.
Yeah, and you see secrets, Secretary of Defense, Ministry of Defense,
Cold War. Yeah, we got down to there.
There was quite a few documents involved here.
Short story 10 days later. Okay, about the Russians, was it? There's a lot of pictures in between. Oh, here we go. Down to the end, is it?
The Marlborough Express ran a story just 10 days after Russia launched its Sputnik satellite in October 1957. It was about a Russian satellite that had been left on their doorstep. It turned out the item, which bore a crudely painted hammer and sickle along with the words "Return to Moscow," was just a ventilator from a Blenheim building. The Sputnik turned out to be a chimney from a demolished building. Moreland's new claim, along with annotated drawings, was sent to Air Force headquarters on August the 20th. Gainsford vouched for Jennings' objectivity, writing that he had no previous interest in matters of this nature and commenced his task with an open mind. An Air Force drawing from 1959 of the man in the suit described by Moreland, a 1959 Air Force drawing of the craft described by Moreland, and a map of where it appeared. Wing Commander G.S. Martin's response was withering and brought the investigation to a close. The only possible conclusion to be drawn from the evidence is that Mrs. Moreland was hallucinating, or that her story is an imaginative exaggeration of a normal subjective experience, and that there was in fact no such visitation by an object as described in the report. Martin said the other sightings in August have no apparent relationship to the Moreland report, but fit neatly with a description of Venus shining through a diffuse layer of high cloud or ice crystals, and seen through a layer of lower broken cloud, the latter being under the influence of a northwesterly airstream. Records show that Venus would have appeared very bright and low in the sky on the night the witnesses saw the green light. Astronomer Marcel Minate writes that Venus can turn from dull red to green as it meets the horizon, and can appear to move as it is diffracted through the atmosphere. The planet Venus, seen against the purple twilight sky, can also appear emerald green. Moreland's claims created a swirl of gossip in the small town of Blenheim. On July the 28th, the Marlborough Express ran an article dispelling rumours that have spread rapidly to the effect that the flying object left behind it a patch of scorched ground and that the area has been cordoned off by the police and Air Force. Police were treating the matter with a certain amount of reserve, although, owing to the number of previous reports having been cited in various parts of the country, they could not discount the matter entirely, the newspaper reported. The Marlborough Express ran a story on July the 28th dispelling rumours that Moreland's farm had scorch marks from the claimed visitation. The ground may not have been scorched, but Moreland later told reporters that a row of peach trees in the paddock died. When the trees were cut up for firewood, the cores of the branches were black ash, like soot. The top branches of the walnut tree in the paddock also died. On August the 26th, Moreland received a poison pen letter. It simply stated, "You have talked." The fallout from the sightings affected Moreland's children. Moreland's son-in-law, Donald Parker, said that years later his wife did not want to speak about the experience. "With my wife, you didn't dare talk about it," he said. "She was embarrassed by it. I don't know if they believed it or not."
Okay. A cover-up. There's always a cover-up.
Yeah, it's documents.
Oh god, it goes on a bit. I'll go down to the
There is a strange epilogue to the 1959 sighting. In March 1960, Moreland made another claim. This time she said she saw distant lights in the sky. Jennings was given the case again and interviewed Moreland before filing a report to Gainsford. Moreland demanded absolute privacy on the matter and was given assurances the Air Force would never release any files or speak publicly on the matter. Gainsford wrote in a memo, "The previous incident was the cause of considerable publicity, much of which was of a derogatory nature, due in part to a press statement issued by Moreland. Jennings' report on the 1960 sighting has never been released. The Air Force would spend the next 50 years keeping the 1959 Moreland sighting and the following investigation under wraps. They like to keep it secret." Internal memos reveal the Air Force attitude to sightings noticeably hardened from the 1960s onwards. What in the 1950s felt like one of many new frontiers to be conquered now felt like an irritating waste of time and an intellectual dead end. Responding to public questions about sightings was considered a remarkable exercise in the wasting of time and tedious and unproductive by the 1980s, memos show. Pilots were discouraged from reporting sightings to their superiors by the late 1970s. When researcher Herbert Taylor requested the Moreland files in 1969, internal memos show a reluctance to tell him anything. This character has written before. "I would be inclined to give him the gentle but firm brush," reads one handwritten note on the letter. "Why admit there was an investigation? I would be inclined to leave it," reads another. Taylor's request was declined. In later years, Squadron Leader C.D. Cole just denied the report existed. "We do not have files on UFO encounters," he wrote in 1981.
So, but I have got the New Zealand DoD X-Files PDFs. And of course a lot of it is the similar type sighting from pilots. I'm pretty sure this one will be in that bunch of files, but I have to have a look.
"A search of our records cannot locate any reference to the sighting by Mrs. Moreland," he wrote in another letter. "Senior Air Force officers and the Secretary of Defense would unfairly cast doubt on Moreland's credibility and paint Jennings as a biased investigator." Air Marshal Richard Bolt wrote to Radio New Zealand in 1979, "The evidence suggests that Moreland was in an emotionally unstable condition at the time." A letter from Secretary of Defense McLean to the Ombudsman in 1979 claimed Jennings allowed his obvious interest to reflect and to strengthen Moreland's convictions. In 1979, a journalist requested the Moreland report. The request was refused on the grounds that Moreland was given an assurance of confidentiality about the sighting. Internal minutes show they knew this response was not true. It only applied to the 1960 sighting. In regard to the original sighting in July 1959, she was not given a personal assurance of confidentiality. Rather, she was told by the NSF investigating officer to keep her information to herself, the minute states. A request for the report in 1983 was also refused. The decision was appealed to Chief Ombudsman George Laking. The Secretary of Defense wrote to Laking in 1984 arguing the document should be withheld because otherwise the Defense Force would be overwhelmed with requests from the eccentric hobbyist and the more extreme believers in visitations from outer space and those for whom UFOs will explain all the mysteries of the universe. Single quote, the ministry should not, in my view, willingly get drawn into the pursuit of chimera and should avoid providing fuel for fevered imaginations. The Ombudsman was swayed by the argument and the report was not released.
Yeah, chimera, actually pronounced it wrong. Chimera was a beast from Greek mythology, which had a lion's head, a dragon's tail, and some kind of a body. So, you know, people quite often say this is a chimera, something that's impossible.
Okay, so they're trying to say why I suggest it's investigations in the memos if they didn't have a look at it, I guess. Okay, so I think we're probably getting near the end, right?
Yeah.
I think they're mostly documents here, then reading out though. Oh, maybe not. Still going.
It's not that much text left though, you know, Paul.
I'm just
The
wondering how
majority
much
of the
energy
Moreland
I've got
files,
left.
along with thousands of files on UFO sightings dating back to the 1940s, were eventually released to the public in 2010 after multiple official Information Act requests. The year before, a spokesman for the Air Force told a North and South journalist that it held no files on UFOs. Some files on the Moreland case will not be released until 2070. The sighting would haunt the man who investigated the claim, Flight Lieutenant Charles Milford Jennings. He retired from the Air Force in 1974 at the age of 50. He had reached the rank of wing commander after 31 years of service. An Air Force file photographed Jennings in the 1970s. He did not speak to his two sons about the sighting claim while he was still in the Air Force. He later deflected their questions by saying he was still bound by the Official Secrets Act, which he signed on retirement. The Official Secrets Act, signed by Jennings in 1974. His son, Lee Jennings, said he talked about it very briefly. All he could really say was that he was sure that the witness fully believed their story, he says. He was sure they were not bullshitting. That was his take on it. His other son, Wayne Jennings, said his father pondered on the case in later life. He was fascinated by the 1979 Kaikoura Lights case, where a film crew flying from Blenheim to Christchurch filmed lights that tracked their plane for hours. He also sought out a 1968 book by New Zealand pilot Bruce Catty called Harmonic 33. In the book, Catty plots UFO sightings on a New Zealand map and concludes they can form to a systematic grid pattern. Catty claimed his grid controlled when nuclear bombs could function. Catty concludes that interplanetary spaceships have constructed a world grid system from which they can draw power and navigate the globe. He claimed his findings provided a key that may unlock the secret of UFOs. Jennings would have been interested to discover that Blenheim played a key role in Catty's world grid. Even before the advent of ordinary aircraft in New Zealand, this area had been visited by saucers. Many recent sightings suggested again that this area had something special about it, Catty wrote. Wayne Jennings said his father had thought deeply about the sighting. I asked him if he believes in UFOs, and he said he had an open mind. It was an unexplained phenomenon. At the end, he leaned towards the idea that this was an alien presence of some sort. He believed her. A family photograph of Jennings in his later life. In later life, Jennings took up writing. His children never got a chance to read his work. Shortly before his death in 1999, he destroyed all of it. Advertisement Moreland never spoke publicly about the one-handed man emerging from the craft and how the sighting had impacted on the rest of her life. And she never would. She died in a rest home in Oamaru in 2016. She was 99 years old. Her family were also reluctant to talk. One of her daughters did not want to talk about the sighting. She wanted her mother remembered as a kind and hard-working woman. Only Moreland's name at the time of the sighting has been used in this story to respect the family's wishes. This story has been constructed using interviews Moreland gave to UFO investigators and journalists from the 1970s to the 1990s, interviews with family members and historic Air Force files. In 1979, the government asked Moreland about the possibility of releasing its files on her sighting claim. After 20 years, a new name, and a new place of abode, I was hoping to sink into oblivion, but somehow I have been found, she wrote in reply. If you have knowledge of the full events of that awful morning, you will realize that to suggest that the UFO people are friendly is a laugh, as I know full well. I am 20 years older, have a full life, and enjoying life in general. I just couldn't bear to be put through the mill again. Her desire to be left alone stands in strange contrast to her decision just a few months earlier, in July 1978, to grant a television interview about her claims. At about this time, Moreland's story became part of global UFO folklore. In November 1975, as comic book UFOs, Flying Saucers ran a strange comic strip version of the incident. A very glamorous Moreland encounters two men in spacesuits when setting out to milk the cows. She fears for her cow Bessie as the green light stalks her farm. When the spacecraft departs, Mrs. Moreland is left with the memory of an experience she can never fully explain to Anion.
So she made it into a magazine, but looks of it as a cartoon. So one-handed One-handed alien sounds really strange, though. Why would it be one-handed unless it had to crash and got injured? Where did we get to, anyway? Before that, was it?
But you say she made it into a magazine. No, I don't think that's the case, Paul.
Cartoon.
Yeah, I don't think she did that.
Oh, no. Someone did it based on the story.
Just careful what you say, yeah.
The family kept quiet about the sighting claims. Some of Moreland's children kept the sighting secret from her grandchildren. They didn't want them to think less of their grandmother. Donald Parker visited Moreland in a rest home in 2015. I brought the sighting up when I saw her. I mentioned it and her daughter was behind her, out of sight of her mother, and she shook her head in a way that said, "Don't talk about that." I didn't say any more about it. In the years since the 1959 sighting, the Moreland family farm in Blenheim was slowly carved into smaller pieces and lost to development. The family had sold the farm and moved away by the early 1970s.
They would have made lots of millions of dollars. That's basically what's happening where I am at the moment. Places are going up everywhere.
The paddock where Moreland claimed to have seen the craft has since been carved into small suburban plots. In 2017, houses had not yet been built on the exact spot where this strange story unfolded. That spot remained empty.
Oh, that's the end of it, is it?
That's the end of it.
Just a wee bit more here. Right.
Just like the Moreland family farm, the past has been gradually lost. It gets harder to make out the details. There was only one person who knew the truth. The full story of the lights and the shadows they cast died with her.
Now, there were some stories, but I'm not sure if that one was part of it. But I'll have a quick look if I can open it up. So we got 3 watching and 7 likes at the moment, so those counters are way wrong again. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to look at doing my own thing, I think. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it though. So I'll bring that over here. So I should have my New Zealand defense documents here somewhere. New Zealand release UFO files, and there's quite a lot of them. They're not really sorted in order either, but there's this image on a magazine written by this lady here, Susie Hansen. I wonder if she's related to Jan Hansen. But yeah, she talks about UFO cases. Not sure.
Zan, not Hansan.
Hansen. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, yeah, I got it wrong, didn't I? Craft illuminates river. So she's talking about various New Zealand stories here. Farmer sees his land illuminated from above. So see, she hasn't got them in order either. So this is a magazine grab of UFO Focus New Zealand, a UFO group. Another part of the story. So which one's that one? The farmer sees illuminated land. Okay, and what's this one of the car?
And you see, Jan Hazan is actually a male, Paul.
Yeah, I know. I was saying she was related to him, but I got the name wrong, didn't I? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Another one there. So I was actually going to go through and read all this once, so it was hard going though. 2 airliners encountered dome of light So there's a few of those stories. So she's gone through all these PDFs from the government and found the best stories in them. Captain Richardson, so she's talking about the pilots there still. And similar cases. So yeah, I should really work through that sometime. Orb emitting light.
It's 2008.
Yeah, and what was that one there? Oh, right. So she sent it to the Ministry of Defense, is it? To request some information. So yeah, she's gone through all these PDFs. And they're messy. Let's look like it's open on the wrong page for some reason. What is that? Why is it not opening? It's gone open up the wrong browser. Damn it. It's not doing it here. Should have just opened it up there. I thought it used to. You could normally just drop it on there, couldn't you? Something also, I'm going to have to look into why it's not opening up. Oh, it is now. So yeah, there's a lot of these ones released from the department that I tried to go through. I did the 1950s. But they're all over the place, and I like looking at most Black Vault stuff, right? They're all over the place. Handwriting, which is very hard to read. Scanned in documents of all the various cases. So what kind of form is that one? He smiled on the face of the Waters? I don't know, I can't even read it. There'll be light. Sounds like
he smiled on the face of the waters and said, "Let's be light."
Yeah, it's a Bible quote, isn't it?
Sounds biblical, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a Bible quote.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what all this is. Letters to the Ministry of Department, written handwriting. So there obviously is going to be a few nut jobs out there, but you can see how many pages each of these ones are. It just goes on and on.
I don't know the origin of that document, Paul. I'd need to study it closely myself before I could come to anything.
Well, these are all the defense partners, defense X-Files released.
Okay, yeah, New Zealand X-Files, yeah.
Just the same as UK released theirs, New Zealand released theirs after.
Yeah, they're releasing more soon as well.
They said they said they meant to have released them anyway. What's that doing there?
Yeah. They're releasing more now, but they keep kind of delaying it, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, I better wrap up anyway. I'll just unbeat. So yeah, we did 4.5 hours almost. People have logged out now as well. I'm not sure what the time is over there. But we'll just wind it down now for Susan. Where's my screen? Oh, got a black screen. Alright, good night everybody. Thanks for liking and sharing. And bearing with the tantrums. Still that crackling noise I can hear. Does that sound right there? Something's not right there. I'll see see if it plays back alright once it's recorded.
No one complaining about the sound, Paul.
It's going crackle crackle on my end, and it never used to do that, so something definitely happened. I'm not too sure why.
You just feel like you
Hang on,
just
still
think that's it.
it's just playing the end credits at the moment, mate. I'm not finished yet. Good night, Susan.